Hello, I see you all there. What I don't see is Raisin because there she is. Welcome back to Low Energy Videos. I am Low Energy Videos, and above me there is Raisin.
Hi.
Hope you're all having a fantastic Wednesday. I am very chill, a little on the groggy side, about a 1.5 blue moons in. And a belly full of spicy mac and cheese. No chili though, unfortunately. Chili, no cheese. There's not really planned today. We're just gonna watch some videos and chat. I have a bottle of honey Jack Daniels in the fridge, waiting to go for donations. So if anybody throws out some donations, I will partake in a shot. And also, I'll probably pour myself a drink at some point anyway. Standard fare as always. you know what to do. Down the links down there, you will find it to my Discord, Twitter, Twitch, and and of course Raisin's Discord should be down there too. Normally I'm saying like, oh, join our watch party. I can't really do that right now because I'm focusing on a big change in my life, which will mean I'm not around the computer as much, which means we cannot have the watch party after this month until I know what the fuck's happening. Same reason we're not having a guest on Sunday for Bearded Ramblings, and why I can't do another episode of UFO anytime soon on Friday. Though I do recall that Red said you guys want to do the show on your own, even if I'm not the one hosting, and I think that's a cool idea because right now I'm focusing on something else besides streaming right now, and I don't have the luxury of.
Of course.
Yeah.
If and when you make it a triumphant return in any way, shape, or form,
I will at some point.
Always welcome to retake it over.
I just can't guarantee it for the meantime. Speaking of, my great move will be on the 6th, so this will not be repeated next week. I will be too busy. Well, I'm keeping that one under wraps. Let's just say it's a move. I'm gonna get up early, get on the train, and off I go. But it might not be forever, and it might not even happen. We'll see. In the meantime,
stoic.
If you want to toss some suggestions of what to watch, throw it into the Discord down there, and I will bring it up as long as it's YouTube friendly and copyright friendly. No porn and no Babylon 5 clips, please. Anyway, Raisin, how are you? Keep.
I'm doing pretty good. I'm enjoying my my second day of peace since the holidays, with completely quiet house, not to worry about anything, and that's I get excited. I get very comfortable, and I don't know what the hell to do to myself or do. Ooh,
well,
that's revealing.
Something you can do
with myself
repeatedly.
That's for after the show. I should probably dye my damn hair, but I keep trying to I put a bunch of crap in it, trying to get it back to healthy because I don't want to make it icky before the holidays. I want to keep it real nice and shiny and soft, and then dye it.
Yeah.
Okay, done being a chick.
How dare you have hair? I don't miss the tangles.
It's silver. You see the silver? I tell everybody that it's gray. Nobody ever believes me. Do y'all see it now? I've got pretty much the whole thing other than a streak of my bangs is still dark brown. It's weird.
It'll
the opposite of Morticia. I have all silver hair with 2 dark stripes. I like them.
Hang on, one thing I have to do real quick. Quickly go on to the main Discord channel and hit everyone we live. Okay, so we've got a little bit of everything to look at, and if you've got any suggestions there, Raisin, help yourself. But oh, there you are. But I think we should start with our good friend Cobes, just to get him out of the way. Because Cobes...
So mad at him.
Everyone is. Boglin. 4 hours of delusion and cope in Cobra JFS. I love Bong Chronicles. They make it so much easier because you try to watch one of his live streams and it's just a disaster.
I can't anymore. After the big fat lie face, I can't.
No, it was the trolls who killed Puff. I mean, Puff is alive. He wants his own. He wants a new one now. I think he's even thinking of getting a Cobra. He's gonna upgrade himself.
I'm fully against, but not my life. So
I would generally start a petition to get him like legally forbidden to own a pet. Again,
I will never be late for my own stream. You're late when I go live. Sipping on some of my homemade cherry peach banana mango mead.
Ugh. It looks like urine from a diabetic.
You know, if I'm not drinking it before Ozzy's birthday, it's no big deal.
Mango in it?
I don't need alcohol to celebrate his birthday, but it's always nice.
You don't need to, but
speaking of which, this is what it turned out. Look at that. Looking this pretty shit.
It honestly looks like. It does look like piss. Like it just looks like urine from a very unhealthy bladder.
Yeah, I was gonna say
that, like reddish pink to like all clear and
cloudy.
It's got a bite to it. That 48-hour turbo yeast definitely did the trick.
I imagine it does have a bite to it. That's probably all the
4
bacteria.
Wands for sale on my Etsy store, and when you get these 4 wands, you also get
the same bite as rye bread,
autographed tape. Deathbed Tapes sent me some Cobra Coils and Blunt Wraps albums, and I can include a couple of autographed tapes. Yeah.
Tapes?
My Thanksgiving was awesome. Thank you for waiting patiently for me to get back.
I want to hear Combs on a fucking 8-track.
Varying sizes, though.
Driving my truck.
Seem fitting.
Listening to him like this chat. Oh, one of those like novelty early digital players that is like losing its battery life. So it's starting to sound all like hollow and empty, and then just have Cobes' music. It might actually improve it, you know?
So I currently have 4 wands for sale as a single unit. That wasn't spray paint, my dude. It's called green hairspray. It's colored hairspray, mate. You can like dye your hair.
Oh, whenever he gets angry, he starts
without having to pay like
$50,
$60 to get it done, you know. You don't have to donate, but if you'd like a shout out on the live video, consider hitting the super chats. I made that mead during my 2-week YouTube strike, which I shouldn't have even gotten. You know,
you suggested genocide. Yes, you should.
Oh, well, he ain't the only one, but carry on.
Yeah, he's hardly alone there.
What it is. If YouTube actually cares about bullying on its websites, then do something about it. You know, don't just rely on a computer.
Like he's more annoyed that his bullies aren't getting picked out. You know, like, why aren't you defending me and my amazing hot takes?
You know what I'm saying? Cobes, think your mead could give you botulism? Hard to say. Thank you for your $2. That's not a spatula, that's a rake. Thank you for your $2. How long do you think Ozzy has?
How could it give him botulism? He
as long
as sit there long enough to develop botulism.
You know, personally, I hope he lives to be 115 and he gets back up on stage.
I don't think Ozzy would want to live to be 115 in his state. It would just be pure agony all the time.
Tactical soap, coupon code King Cobra. You want to get the men in your life. Like if you got straight dudes in your life and they want to smell good.
Gay dudes will intentionally smell like ass if they wear this. So it's a great gaydar.
King Cobra.
Why did he say that?
It makes a great gift for the dudes in your life. Maybe you got a dad or an uncle or a brother, you know, or a cousin or grandparents. Yes, sir.
Oh, parents! That's very progressive of them.
I'd highly recommend it. Puff's more than likely going to turn up in the spring when the snow thaws. Because bearded dragons, I've done my research, they burrow underground for their version of hibernation.
Somebody's coping.
And
Somebody
I'm just
buried
keeping
their
my
lizard.
hopes up, you know?
Oh,
What
if he goes and shows the mound of like dirt where he buried Puff? He's like, see, Puff's there. You can see his tail, but like rats have been gnawing at the tail, and it's this bone. And then he has to like quickly like cover that up with more dirt. And he's like, oh, anyway, yeah, he'll be fine unless something happens, which it won't. And if it is, it'll probably
language,
be
his tone, his voice, the word choice he used, it was very clear to me. Look, I could be wrong. I'm not a psychic, but
You just play one on TV.
Not a better. I firmly believe that whatever happened, I can't tell you what happened, but whatever happened, whether he woke up to the lizard dead or if it got shocked from the cold, him trying to warm it up too quickly and that killing it, whatever it was that killed that lizard, he already knew it was dead, and he had it piled under leaves when he told that story where he goes, oh, I heard sometimes they burrow under leaves to get warm.
They burrow
Complete
under
and utter
leaves in
bullshit.
Australia. They wouldn't.
And
It
utter
would just,
bullshit.
Yeah. Like,
The only time they bury themselves is to get cool. The ground cools you. They sun on rocks to warm up.
Wait, where's
He's
Puff?
a liar, and he knew it.
Puff's
and he
dead.
Knew it. He knew it got. It's laying underneath of some leaves, Timmy. It's laying underneath of some leaves, dead. And he was hoping that somebody would go poke around his apartment and give a shit enough about him to go find his dead lizard, so he could get his dead lizard and have somebody bring it to him and pretend like he's learning it for the first time. He's full of shit, and I'm done with him. He's a fucking liar. I don't do liars.
A cat found a very nice meal in Puff. You know.
If can cats survive out there? It's fucking cold and
Oh
windy.
God, could you imagine how ratchet a fucking Casper wildcat would be? Like that
Oh
thing
my God.
It would just be like, it would just have a heroin needle like sticking out of it like a quill. You know?
It would maul you just to gut you with a nail like a tauntaun and sleep inside your guts.
They don't even do it for food. It's just for pleasure. You know? Like most cats, to be honest with you.
Devastated, dude.
Yeah, it is.
In
Timmy.
my
It's
defense,
horrible, and
it's
seen
fucking
the
fact that
media
you lied
disgusting.
about it is
where I have
unforgivable.
Puff with me.
Yep, it was his, as a sister brought out, like, it's all his fault. It's one of those cases where we all saw it coming, and we don't want to say we told you so.
I didn't, and you did, and you're right, and I was wrong.
I wasn't
and you
alone.
told me so, and Son told me so, and I wanted to believe better, at least of his relationship with Puff, and I don't think, I honestly, the thing that kills me, that makes me angriest, is I don't even know that I don't think whatever happened, I don't think he killed that lizard intentionally.
No, I don't think it was malicious.
A lack of knowledge. My issue, and what I do think is, unfortunately, and maybe not something he's aware of, but the lying about it, and the clear, like, okay, now you've said enough that I can piece together what I think might have happened, but definitely what you did with the carcass, and you're lying about it. You're straight up fucking lying about it, and the fact that he's still lying about it, like, if I never see this man again, I'm cool with that.
On the plus side, he has to wake up every morning as Cobes already, and now he has to wake up as Cobes, the Puff Killer.
The lying Puff Killer.
Mm-hmm. But don't worry, folks. It's the troll's
Put him on the
fault.
chair next to me and pet him for a bit.
Now that the story is shifting to digging into the ground, which they don't do, he fucking went out there and buried it too.
That's
and now
pretty
he's
much
lying
what
about it
happened
again.
when I took him outside. I wasn't going to have him outside for no more than like 5 minutes. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the footage of him Puff before he died?
Do you see him still in there when he does that? That's him remembering what exactly really happened. He goes quiet, he has the actual memory, and then he starts fucking lying through his snake-ass teeth again.
Because he's not a good liar. Like, he has to slowly start up like an old motor. Like,
most people aren't as good a liar as they think they are.
True. Did you see some of the last footage of Puff? He was having like little seizures and shit like that.
No, I didn't, and I'm terrified to look because that sounds between the tail issue. If there was twitching, that lizard was malnourished.
Yeah, and remember you saying that, like, oh, it's really good that he's giving the powder, the calcium powder to him, but he's also feeding him all the lettuce and the bugs, I think it was.
Which is going to flush his system. Well, the bugs are okay as long... they eat more bugs when they're juveniles. He needs to have the protein in there. Like, they don't eat as many bugs, like live stuff, when they get to full-grown dragons, but they will eat, like, he should be feeding it a variety of fruits and vegetables, like, and looking at, like, the full diet of them and making sure that they have that. The calcium powder is great, but you need to make sure you're putting it on something the lizard is actually eating.
we just cracked this. I know why he got.
And he was feeding it iceberg lettuce, which is going to just constantly flush his system out. It's like somebody over drinking water.
Yeah, but like I think we cracked what the code was. That would have required Cobes to go and buy fruit and vegetables, which he's scared of. So he wouldn't have been able to. He wouldn't have been able to even buy or look at them. He's like,
Can he get
it's
them delivered?
fine. Oh, he doesn't really go out to like the store anymore. Like
but he could have had fruits and vegetables delivered. Like, I used to feed my iguana all kinds of shit. Like, anytime, like, I went to the store, but anytime I went to the store, if they had like that lizard tried mangoes before I did. Like, she loved them.
I've gone outside with them. So it is what it is.
He used to blow smoke into the poor thing's face and it would
trolls.
close its eyes and look away.
I almost got in a fist fight with one of my best friends for that.
To see Ozzy Osbourne.
It's just having a great time. I understand its body language. Like,
you can.
We're in sync. He's here for me. Like,
if they were in sync, he would have known that the lizard was malnourished.
Yeah.
Tumor in his spine is my YouTube trolls.
I'm more in sync with my plants than
the only thing more sadder than me losing Puff and having to look for him is my YouTube
periods are more in sync than he was.
It's ridiculous, man. I've been getting nonstop crap for losing him, and it's like people expect me to be perfect when I'm not. You know, I have my flaws just like everybody else.
Nobody expects you to be perfect. I just don't expect you to be a liar.
I'm so fucking happy, dude. You have no idea.
It was pure laziness and inattentiveness. Selfishness got Puff killed.
YouTube. He really was.
He didn't
still
know.
Is, you know.
That still counts.
Right.
Like,
and he has too much pride to ask. Like, just ask. Reach out. There are communities all over the internet. You could learn. You can be a complete novice and learn how to take care of it.
The guy didn't go on Fish Tank after getting massively paid and bribed to be on, because he knew in the back of his mind he'd just be a butt of people's jokes. Like, he will not do anything now.
I'm surprised they sell reptiles out there. Like,
well, it wasn't so. Well, I don't know where.
Like, I can't imagine that there would be many veterinarians. Like, it's hard enough for me to find a vet here. You have to go to. What's that?
Okay. Was a homeboy Scotty? Was it Day? Who was the guy who gave it to him? It was his neighbor who left the country.
And they gave him that. I don't know the origin of Puff.
Yeah, his neighbor started showing up there, and eventually he had to leave leave America in fear of some legal reprisals. So that's another day in Casper. But he left Puff in Cobes' tender care, which we all saw that happened.
Wortley made an excellent
everywhere
point.
For him.
Yeah.
Fuck so yeah. He bought fruit and vegetables for his mead, but not for Puff.
Yeah. Fuck his sake.
Road underground, or somebody found him and isn't giving him up because you know how it is. And people are like,
even
well,
now
you
in
should
his
get a
mind,
cat.
he's like,
and I'm like, I don't want another
somebody
fucking
else
pet,
is
dude.
the problem.
I would sacrifice being able to own a cobra to get Puff back.
No, you wouldn't.
You don't even fucking know.
No one cares.
How about just don't learn how to take care of a plant before you get an animal.
Puff running away, but that's what
like
pets
I said
do,
to Landon,
dude.
He'd fuck up
And
owning a
people
pet
are
rock.
giving me crap about it. I'm like, what do you want me to do?
Well, he should start with a pet rock,
Puff is
and
an
then maybe move up to
stubborn,
succulents,
male bearded dragon.
and then try a plant that
currently
requires
in
water.
Operation
I think a fungus would be a good one, like a
of the
mushroom.
trolls.
Slime mold. He should have a
my
pet
trolls
slime
text
mold
me
and ant
pretty much
farm.
95
A cheetah
That would be
pet. Let's start him
appropriate.
with a fucking cheetah pet and see how he goes. You just see the whole thing on fire. I tried. I thought he wanted a smoke.
He would turn it into mead.
Oh, he
would turn the poor bastard into mead.
He tried to put it into his pipe or something. Some fans, or some quote unquote fans, would tell him that you can actually get really high off cheetah pets.
I want to show you this. We talked about this before, and it reminds me of that.
By the way, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And down in the description below, we have a link, also up there at the top of the chat, to our Streamlabs. Anything given, I will partake of a drinky drink. This also helps the channel, as that goes towards, unfortunately, YouTube Premium, where then I won't have to worry about ads, so we can have these uninterrupted streams like days of yore. Anyway, what you got there? Oh yeah, your Venus.
You can get one and put chia seeds on her head.
Yep.
And then she'll have a little green afro. It'd be fantastic.
Like Cobes and his green afro.
Look at that booty. Look, it's YouTube legal booty.
It's not just thick, it's historically thick.
It's his
8% of their text
little
messages
things.
get
I have a
blocked,
little Egyptian hippo
deleted,
too.
and ignored.
Aww.
They get no attention from me whatsoever. Sitting there saying, "You better not go live, boy." And it's like, I'll go live.
He never gets why people
like
say
it,
boy.
No
like
one's
it's mocking
forcing you to
him
watch
because
my
he's
videos.
tried to say boy like that.
Dude, someone gave me $100. Take it easy, brother. Thank you, Turkey Tom, for your $99.
Oh, Turkey Tom.
Ruffle,
Cool.
thank
When
you
was
for
the
your
last time he had
$49.
his
Hi, I like
glasses
you. I
updated?
appreciate that.
Why
God
is he
damn.
leaning in like this with his glasses on?
See, that
I mean, I
comment
do
is going
that
to
with
get
my
you
glasses
banned from my
off, but-
channel. If you can take your $1.99 and shove it up your arse. If you're going to talk shit on Ozzy Osbourne, you're going to get blocked from my channel. I'm not going to give you any more. I'm not worried about my teeth right now, dude. I want to find Puff.
You should be. Those things are falling apart. Like the front of them is ripped apart.
It looks like the picture from Little Shop of Horrors that Steve Martin puts up with the the periodontal disease. Oof.
I do love someone in DP's chat said that Cobes nowadays looks like he's forever returning from Vietnam. Like he just
he does look like he could be on the cast of MASH, like a side character.
He's like in taxi one of the main guy's friends in taxi driver.
Be stupid in the chat. I'm just gonna ignore you. Don't even give me attention.
Don't talk about it. I love when people say, "I'm going to ignore you, not pay you any attention."
My first strike isn't getting lifted until like February. It is what it is.
It's like when he owned the trolls by eating the cat food that was sent to him.
Top-O-Matic cigarette maker.
Once he put it into a burger.
Spits tobacco into the tube.
Oh, yeah.
I really appreciate that. I've always wanted one of those. You stick your tobacco
the grinder thing
in there.
I have one.
You put the tube right there, and you just spits it out.
This will get me so much closer to the cancer I want.
I mean, cell phones can cause cancer, but
people are tough times.
Addicted to
They're
their cell
so much less expensive to make that way. I don't know why anybody buys them from the store now. It's ridiculous. You buy 2 packs of cigarettes, and you spent more than I spent to buy an entire pouch of tobacco and.
So this year it's going to be different.
Case of tubes.
I'm not going to be an obnoxious drunk asshole like I was last year because fuck that. I still feel bad about that.
You should feel bad. You ruined your dad's
for the holidays to be over.
Holiday.
As soon as they're over, the weather's going to warm up, and I'll have a better chance of finding Puff. You know what? I want to pour another glass of this wine. Speaking of alcohol. That I just spilt all over the carpets. Nice. Oh, that's real nice.
What you get
for the homies.
All that effort you made.
Oh, that just happened. I went to go pick it up and the lid came off and it spilt all over the carpet. Man, that
was like 2 weeks worth of waiting.
I'm telling him wipe that up. What do you do?
Wipe that up?
Oh, we all know once the camera's off, he's just got to go and slurp it off the carpet floor.
Oh! No. I'm not going to freak out about it.
Millions of dust mites right now of just like mutated.
No.
Bitch.
They're forming early societies now.
Goddamn nutshell.
Mastering
anymore,
simple
you know,
tools.
life just loves to punch you in the balls.
No, you're probably right though. Only
Not
he's
a
gonna
damn
get a
thing
little
you can do
plaster. He's
about
gonna
it.
soak it up with the
Except put
towel and then
towels
ring
down
the
the
towel
carpet.
into his cup
Oh,
later.
the all sorts. That's what the pubs used to call that. The runoff and the all sorts. The cheapest thing you'd buy. You just put down usually whatever you could. You see it in gangs in New York. They have a big barrel of it, and it's all the leftovers of the bottles. And everyone who like passes out, they take their pints and pour it back in. And you just pay whatever. You get a tube and stick it into your mouth and
soak it up. You know, and I get tired of losing my damn temper all the time over stupid shit. So it's just like, what's the point anymore, you know? Oh, it's all over my guitar pedal. Son of a bitch.
Well, you weren't using that thing anyway.
Great.
Jeff Holliday's
really like
cousin or brother-in-law or whatever gave him some like amps or for his guitar, just so he could actually make his guitar sound a little less shit. And he hasn't used it, but he's made one. He's made one album, and he's working on another without using the thing that's right there in front of him because he's too lazy to set it up.
Pedal too. God damn it. That was a whole jar of homemade wine practically just spilt on the carpet.
He's sadder than this. He's more sad about this than Puff.
Live too, so.
Karma, bitch.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yep.
There's a crack in the lid, and when I tried to pick it up, the lid just popped off. That's how it came.
Just like the
two lids that came with it. Both lids had a crack in it. Shit, the only thing touching carpet around here is my wine. And yes, that was a dry spell joke. I thank you. If those 4 wands sold, by the way, that's most definitely what's up. I hadn't even bothered to check. It's going to take me like 2 weeks to process the order. Because I got to get a box for it and package it and do the thing, you know, make sure that it's all Gucci. And then I'm going, no, you don't want to do that. That comment was so dumb. I'm going to have to block you. You don't do that. You don't drink epoxy. That's fucking stupid.
You've drank like
one box.
Yeah. He partakes in
legit YouTube.
Duster and fucking
this is what I mean by the marble handled
cologne and aftershave.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. If he's stuck with shit like that.
If he stopped the mead and just embraced the fucking wand, he could get dirt wine for the rest of his short life. Like all he could do, he could just spend all day every day churning out wands and then going and buying large quantities of booze and then passing out drunk and then waking up and repeating the process if that's what he wants. No more DoorDash though. Like he just stopped, or at least make it like once a week. Because that's where most of his money goes.
I'm just definitely mad at him about this enjoy it. I really am.
You know, all the assholes who make fun of me, like that one prick.
It shouldn't matter, I guess. Whatever. I'm mad for the lizard.
It wasn't just the fact that he had his pet killed, that he got his pet killed. It's the fact that we had hopes that this would be the start of a new superior arc. Kind of like if Boogie's girlfriend wasn't a giant enabler. And I said that knowing full well I got into a fight a few days ago with Trubisky over this shit. I stand by it. Yeah. And I 100% stand by it. He is Boogie equals bad. Boogie equals bad. And Cobes might not be a monster, but he is inconsiderate. He's inconsiderate of his dad. He's inconsiderate of his
lying narcissists.
Yeah, 100. Well, and at least
got no time for that.
Yeah, I think Cobes, though, he's such a bad narcissist. Boogie is a very subtle narcissist where he's like self-defeating all the time.
They're both the flavor of narcissists that play the victim.
Yeah.
I've
but
learned to
one is
disdain that
way
extra.
better than the other. Like Boogie is much better doing that than Cobes is, because Cobes, you know, he'll say,
I don't think Cobes does it intentionally.
Well, neither does Boogie.
All defensive.
Honestly,
it's all defensive. For him, he's aware of it, but he still allows the compulsion to happen. So,
well, that's the type of narcissistic he has. The was it the fetus narcissist?
I don't know. There's all kinds of flavors, but basically, like you're lying and hurting other people to protect your shit because you feel small.
Yeah.
If that's your deal, I don't care what you label it. Get the fuck away from me. I don't have time for it.
Sell T-shirts.
Never forget, narcissists hate themselves more than anyone else.
Toy retard.
Alcoholic retard away and let them rot in their
my
misery.
children are fucking jealous because I get to make money.
Now, if you've ever seen a man to more represent the word rot, huh?
I still can't believe I spilled all that wine. Oh, man, I spent like
especially when he sticks his maul in the camera.
That really fucking blows, dude. You know, I'm trying to like work on my temper more than anything. Like, I see what I look like when I flip out on camera. People have, it's the internet. What do you do?
You had a fight with a lighter and lost.
Autistic freakouts on the internet. People have saved it and go, Cobra's worst meltdown. I'm like, oh, that's what I look like when I lose my shit. Yikes.
To be fair, I do wonder, like, the people who record everything and make all the videos, like,
yeah, one of my teeth chipped off, and I don't know. It's just me not brushing them, and I accept full responsibility for that. It is what it is. Am I going to change? Probably not.
Well, at least he's honest. But he's too lazy to change.
That's why I always had... This is why I never really had an issue with Cobes. I'm like, I actually feel bad. Like, I wish people would stop picking on him so that he would do, like, have a chance of learning the right way instead of this weirdly, really weird, sick YouTube negative feedback loop that people get stuck in. But once someone shows an awareness of it, and then but he his still felt innocent. Even what he did with Puff still feels like innocent. But like, I don't have time for, like, if you're willing to go that far with it and to keep mentioning it like this and to keep playing like the live for the different, like, it's manipulative. It's you are, like, who are you at that point? Like, do you even know who you are? Could you even know who you are if everything you are is just mask lies? Like, what's the point of even watching that? Like, I don't know. Like, the more I see it for what it is, I kind of want to reach in and just smack him and walk away.
You know what? Like, if you check my Discord, you know what I want to do. I want to get the oath. I want him to have a living oath that will just back him around and go, no, bold, every time he opens his mouth, until eventually he'll be like too scared to do anything stupid.
I just wish everybody would stop paying him attention so that he would have no one to talk to, and then he would have to actually go figure out how to live his life for real. But so long as people pay him attention,
that would be a weird existential crisis for him if everyone were to stop watching him.
I think every one of these people who does this, that's what needs to happen. It's the only way the cycle breaks. It's the same thing as you don't like whole culture? Quit simping. Simple. No simps, no house.
Okay, for the record, the glass is green, my friends, but
people only do what gets them attention.
Liquid itself,
it looks like
more yellowish.
I don't even know what that radioactive. If I gotta get dentures,
I don't give a shit.
Cum that's starting to get. Oh, there should be a My Little Pony in it.
You know, it's a
bioluminescent cum.
Just
you can't
behind a radiator so mom can't find it.
So you gotta be super careful with it. Thankfully, I haven't gotten sick. I've looked up the symptoms to botulism.
Why would you have to do that?
I've never once
he knows he's gambling every time he makes this shit. And he's like, well, I'm okay so far. That's not a normal thing people have to check when they're doing something. I don't think Elf and Red Eye have to worry about eating their fruit that they've grown.
If you thought you had it, though, like, I mean, really, like, you confirmed that you don't like the internet? Like, is this how you handle all your medical health?
It's just like this, like, he'll just, like, type up, like, meddoc India, .indie, and it's just, You have cancer. You have cancer. Yes, give money. Microsoft technical support. He's like, oh no, now I have a virus and a virus.
If you're gonna donate to talk shit, then you're gonna get deleted from my channel. I'm just gonna take your money and run with it.
You should get a little glass
Cobra, how come we don't have donate to talk shit?
And fill it with some of his terrible mead, and then put that at the end of a wand, and then call it like a toxic wand.
What are his shows even? Is it just him, like, people talking shit to him? Like, this is what these things always seem to be. Like, it's people talking
4 hours, 5 hours.
And them saying they don't care while they're clearly caring for hours. It's weird.
Yeah, this is the same. He's been doing this for years and years and years. Like,
why do people watch it? Like, why?
Well,
why
I don't watch it the full ones. I can't.
No, but I mean, like, why do people go and participate? Like, why do people go watch him and argue with him in chat? Like, what is that about?
Well, to trigger him to do something. I imagine every one of them is uniquely different, but I imagine most of them do it in a
there's probably there's going to be more than one explanation.
Yeah,
what sorts of motivations drive someone to repeatedly show up at someone's page and pay to talk shit to them? I don't understand.
Look, I'll pick somewhere random, so I can just say right here in the middle.
I do have a video.
Like, I wanted to potentially involve myself with Cobes when I thought he could be a better human being. But as soon as people reveal themselves to, like, just be shit, like, I don't want anything to do with them. Like, I don't want to go interact with somebody who's going to be a piece of shit. I've done enough of that in my life. I'm done wasting my time.
It's all the same. It's all just this. And, like, did you see my playthrough of the Cobes game?
Someone's going to get a couple of autographed tapes and stickers.
Like, it's just... Wherever I go,
I don't remember.
I have
maybe
a valuable market.
I know I was there for the whole thing. I just don't remember if I was talking to you or in the chat.
You know,
that was
Lord
a great
of the
game.
Rings, Harry Potter.
Puff doesn't make an appearance in the game. Interesting foreshadowing.
Like, okay, I could buy a wand for $5.
Maybe that's what he was doing outside while he was looking for wood. He was looking for Puff.
And it's just done as a novelty and a gag to a point. Or
Circle of protection.
Somebody who's not afraid to fuck with Ouija boards and haunted cemeteries.
You got stuck on that soap for a while.
Ouija boards, plural. All right, Cobes. We'll move off. We'll move off from we'll move off for this and. Oh, this is a good one.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Your home security is great. Or is it?
I love Michael. See?
Hey! Do you want to see the most illegal thing I own?
Michael killed people. I honestly, I'd still like him even if he was like a mass murderer. He had like heads in jars. I'd be like, yeah, but he teaches
his work is still good though.
Yeah.
I'm still entertained. I learn. I like this.
Ooh.
I'm rating every death row final meal request to find out which one's the greatest of all time. Today, we're looking at the selection of Thomas J. Grasso. On December 24th, 1990, Grasso strangled his 87-year-old neighbor to death using the Christmas lights of her Tulsa home. He then proceeded to steal her purse, some loose change, and a television set. And although Grasso went on to commit another murder before being caught, it was for this one that he was sentenced to death by lethal injection. For his final meal, Grasso requested a double cheeseburger, half a dozen barbecue spare ribs, 1/2 pumpkin pie with diced strawberries and whipped cream, 2 dozen each of steamed clams and mussels, 2 strawberry milkshakes, and 1 can of SpaghettiOs. But less than an hour before his execution, he issued his final statement claiming, "I did not get my SpaghettiOs.
What?
I got spaghetti.
No!
I want the press to know this." In my opinion, these are probably not the dishes I would have chosen, but when it comes to variety, this meal did not disappoint. I'm placing this meal in A tier. I'm rating every death row.
SpaghettiOs denied. Wow.
That's rough.
I know, right?
Like, because you know that was a childhood choice. Like, he was eating those SpaghettiOs for the nostalgia of it, and you robbed him and gave him spaghetti.
Yeah.
After he went through all the trouble of strangling his neighbor with those Christmas lights
And
to be able
killing
to have that last
another
meal.
person, too.
But he didn't get on death row for that.
Mm-hmm. For some strange reason. This driver's
First
a
offense,
menace.
he's probably fine.
This guy realized that he was in the wrong lane.
Traffic cleared up and I'm ready to remerge with the civilized people.
Oh, I do that.
This guy
in video
realized
games,
that he was in the wrong lane.
That's because it's a video game and not the real world. What the fuck are you doing, man? So he was already in the wrong lane, which is pretty fucking bad. God's sake, what's going on? Can you say something real quick?
Hello.
Okay, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, like, the fuck? Let's see. Real life infinite money glitch. He couldn't look away. Baby!
Right?
Hello everyone, this is your
See,
daily
Portly, do
dose
you
of
want
internet.
some SpaghettiOs too?
Oh, he's having an existential crisis right here.
That's so weird.
Give him the box.
Oh my god, my
One of my
dog
subscribers
so
that lives in the
looked like him too. I love those, the cloud sprays. These are fucking cool, but that dog
Philippines
looks just
found
like
this
my
weird
dog.
cloud start to glitch.
That's an actual natural phenomenon. I forget what it's called, but they're fucking cool. Isn't that wild?
This
Yep.
guy asked
It's
a
like a
bunch of
water spout
beatboxers
on a
to show
cloud.
off their weirdest sound.
Wow.
These people missed their flight, but they thought they arrived early.
2356 with service.
We need security at C10 to open this gate. You got some people trying to catch their flight. We're here early. Security, come to flight C10, please. Security.
His dad lost his phone and couldn't find it anywhere until he checked the security cameras.
Oh no!
Oh no!
This police officer tried to stop a crocodile with a towel.
Hitchhiker's Guide has failed to predict
This
a
woman
crocodile.
kicked out her boyfriend and started throwing all his clothes out the window.
This girl is crazy. Oh wow, she giving them a show.
Hanging on my porch, I'd be pissed at that lady.
Giving them a show. Look at
Family cat's gone
Better go
missing.
clean that up.
Just wondering if I can show you a picture, see if
Right.
you've seen it around the area.
Yeah.
Cheers. It's called Elizabeth. Everyone's distraught. Haven't seen it?
No.
No?
No.
What?
No.
No way.
No, yeah.
I think it's time for this guy to go home.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Like the thing is, like he's just shit-faced. He's not doing anything bad. But I like how even if he did think that was like her face, like his first response is, "I'm gonna immediately go over and kiss her." Wait, hold.
For some reason, these fish were avoiding this other fish.
I would definitely check the health of that one. Oh, wake up, buddy. Hello.
Hey yo, back abs check.
Back abs. He's the backwards man.
One of my subscribers recorded a video of a giant cloud they found.
That's a big
Shelf
cloud.
pad.
Oh, that reminds me.
It's a shelf pad.
I've got a video from I think Old Man Peaches.
Whoever is eating.
That is
wow,
the end of this
cool.
video. We hope you enjoyed. And
Boop, boop. Let me bring it up. Boop. It's in our
That's
Discord.
pretty.
Yeah. Let's see, memes. Channel suggestions, maybe? No. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, is it under shill, maybe? I had this ready prior, but I didn't because I'm an idiot. No, it's not there. Ooh, fluffy.
Oh, yeah. I like this thing. It's warm and it's got pockets.
Oh my god, where is it? God damn it. Alright, I'll find it the old-fashioned way by hitting...
You punching stuff, you hitting it. Give me my video.
Oh. Motherfucker. Alright. How about the word pub? Yep, there it is. Found it. Okay. We full screen it, we can. The real question is, how do I open it in a... There, open link. There we go. God, it took long enough, didn't it? And now the attachment won't work. There. Fucking typical. No. Yep. Alright, I'll literally... Everyone at. If you're on our Discord, you should join anyway. I'll link it there to yous. Okay. So... How about we watch... oh yeah, here's a bit of Irish pride right here.
This illegal distilling was way back in 1834 over in England. They captured 314 illegal stills. Unbelievable. Up in Scotland, even worse, 692, over twice as many. Now, does anyone want to guess in 1834 how many illegal stills were captured here in Ireland? 8,192. And that's just the guys who were caught, which means there must have been tens of thousands who were caught. To give you some idea.
Jesus, like that means that more or less everyone would have been distilling their own booze.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we're Irish, but so yeah.
It's like prohibition over here. All the bathtub did.
Penguin Zero. I'm right. He had something very cool recently. Like, this isn't fake. What the fuck?
That went viral on Twitter from the Young Thug trial that's ongoing. And I really want to talk about them. I need to make it clear right away. I know next to nothing about the Young Thug trial. I don't know what the particulars of the case are, what he's being accused of, what he's potentially facing. I don't really have a clue, but you don't need to know the lore behind why the trial is happening
this came up
to
in my
understand
recommended
why
randomly.
these moments.
I'll say this for you there, Red Herring Beyond High. I have it down, one of the tags down as drunk. So if you like watching stuff that is alcoholic based, you've come to the right place.
Okay.
Case in point, and it's down to another blue moon. Delicious.
Are so wacky.
Welcome.
I'm gonna go ahead and start by showing you what I believe is potentially one of the biggest head scratcher moments the American justice system has ever heard.
Regardless, is less than 1% of this whole
Jesus,
indictment.
that's some static.
This reminds me of this anime named Bleach, where it's 16 seasons. Every episode is about 18, 20 episodes. Sorry, every season is 18 to 20 episodes. And they have season 4 and 5. They have these bouts. They're villains of the whole thing in season 4 and season 5. The main characters are trying to get them out of Soul Society.
Oh my god.
Pardon the interruption. I'm not trying to jump scare you here, nor am I trying to intrude on this passionate speech about the Bount arc from Bleach, but I think it's important because I imagine most of you haven't seen what she's referring to, and God bless you, keep...
I have been vaguely aware of Bleach for some time, one could say. I wasn't expecting it to hear it in a courtroom case, but
no, that's different. I regret that I've not been keeping up on my law and crime as I've been busy with world politics and AI, because that's been an exciting ride.
I will say this: it is great that culture has moved on past the point where anime was about as niche a market as can possibly be, to being so ubiquitous now that people are quoting that. Now, when they start quoting like some really obscure shit like Garzy's Wing, then I'll be like, oh, hell yeah, we got somebody who's probably never known the touch of another person.
It that way. The Bount arc in Bleach is regarded by many, myself included, as one of the worst arcs in all of anime. It's basically about vampires that get introduced out of nowhere and then leave out of nowhere, never to be addressed again. It is a garbage filler arc.
We don't need to watch a whole 15 minutes of that. I need to see what that was, and something tells me it's just got to be some random woman trying to...
I think he's just making a commentary on the fact that she is using her experience with Bleach to try to like convey an idea in court, which is definitely...
What is one thing I can be sure of when going on a date with you?
That you'll be with a strong black man.
What is one thing I can be sure of when going on a date with you?
You'll be with a strong black man. That's A. No. I'm super clingy. Okay, that's
Okay.
cool. I'll text you right away. Girls like that, right?
I don't know about this girl.
You know? Okay.
Wait.
I won't text you back at all. I won't even answer you. I'll just be doing strong black man shit. That's what I'll be doing.
Can you describe strong black man shit?
Yeah.
What?
I respect the hustle on his end.
Seems more like he's a comedian and being funny and catching attention, which is brilliant to sell yourself like that. If he's in comedy, this is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. I would like the idea of her following through and being like, oh good, I'll only date a black guy, you'll do. And then like, how would he have to do like an Uncle Ruckus thing where he has like vitiligo or something like that? Or Michael Jackson, I suppose, in his case.
Yeah.
I would like, it would just be this running gag of him constantly coming up with different things. Like, oh, can I see a picture of your parents? Sure. And it's like the whitest family you know. And they're like, yeah, they used to be really big into whiteface. It became increasingly problematic. I don't talk to them much very much.
Oh my.
So, you got anything you want us to watch, seeing that you're here too? While I'm pondering my own, what I'm wondering my next thing, that in
Most
particular.
of the stuff I watch is really nerdy and long.
Wait a minute. That's not the right one. Did they honestly change it? They did. They got rid of it. Oh man, I had this Polish ad with a furry, and it was like so overtly gay. It was like the CGI like Zootopia furry lion dude, Scott Hansen from Poland, basically. And sure enough, it was just, it was like, damn, like it's got to calm the fuck down. It's kind of like what was the name of the drink? Or Orangina, the Orangina ads that we watched. God, that took me back. They were so thirsty.
I had never heard of that before that day. That was hilarious.
And then that giant ass musical number one that they do at the end. That's just this giant orgy. All right, that's what we'll watch.
Those after the show.
Hell yeah, that's what we're gonna watch. We're gonna watch the Orangina orgy ad. Yeah, I'll use this and Orangina. Have I forgotten how to spell Orangina? I have.
Yeah.
Can't be that drunk. This furry ad. Yay! There it is. It's so thirsty. Oh my god. And European. American Beauty reference for some reason.
Let me feel your soul.
Oh, for God's sake.
Listen to me. Join the party.
Okay, so far, my main problem with this, besides the affronts to Christ, the numerous affronts to our Lord, is the idea that they have a bear that's like scantily clad. He's the male, like he's the sexy man, and they didn't give him a bear's body, aka a dilf. He's built like a lumberjack when he should be built like a retired lumberjack. Oh well, then he should be methed to the eyeballs then. Well, that's not getting out of your fur anytime soon, lady. Meanwhile, at Clit Mountain...
Oh my god.
They're just fucking...
The lizard of the flower
Okay, we gotta cut to like microscopic creatures just plowing away at each other at this point now.
They went down to flowers and chameleons.
You know, I'm gonna be honest, she's just nude now. She's just nude. Wait for it. Oh, yeah. Get it all over my face and lower back. You can't beat the classics. Yeah, he's too buff for to be a bear.
Oh, that's naughty. She had spots. Only young deer have spots. Back that up 5 seconds.
What? That's
okay,
what you
Mr.
take
Bear.
from that? Okay, interesting. I didn't know that little nuance. We haven't come back to look at this in years.
That's naughty.
She's a fawn, yo. And he's gonna fondle in that. Hey, in Zootopia's Sex Island, you know, age is just a number.
How old is that commercial? 2007?
2007. France, no shock.
Oh, it's France. Of course, it's France.
the ads, those ads got so like thirsty, and it was also really progressive. There's plenty of like guy on guy, girl on girl, but at the exact same time, and there was also human furry overlap, where the furries were the horny ones and would like basically abduct men. It's played off as a joke, but like the giraffe lady ends up, stealing a guy that she thinks is hot, and you can hear a police car chasing her. She's going to sexually assault that in a desperate attempt to create an even more bizarre animal-human hybrid that will take over the world. The world of Orangina is terrifying, and we should purge it with fire. Or it's funny, either way.
You don't want to be abducted by a giraffe lady with sexy legs or some zebra?
No,
Zebra. I'm sorry, zebra.
The zebra one, zebra, zubra. The zubra, in this case, I think the zubra might actually be. As you can see, the zubra, the female, is more deadlier than the male. Also more thirsty as fuck and will do weird butt stuff. I know this not through personal experience. Hello, I am the most perverted hunter in the world. I travel to every continent to have sex with the animals there.
Oh no.
I'm just picturing this guy by a fireplace, but instead of like all the heads of it, it's like what would it be? Would it be like casks of like animal cocks and stuff like that on the wall?
Then we have to worry about zoonotic diseases. Like, let's just, let's not. Let's let the animals y'all.
Yeah, well, they are repeatedly over each other's faces and bodies and other parts of their bodies.
All over sweet French television.
And that would have been shown on, like before 9 o'clock. Like kids would have seen that and be like, "This is weak shit. This is vanilla. None of them even shit on each other."
That panda was naked.
That panda was 100% naked. They're all fucking, right? Now, they're all hardcore fucking, but credit where it's due, they're all interracially fucking. So they do support an idea of blended.
They're just having a party. They are having a good old animal party.
And they're doing like you do on the Discovery Channel, if you will.
They're doing what you don't see on the Discovery Channel.
Not anymore.
They only show you the vanilla stuff on the...
I want to see my elephants just plow away for a few seconds. I think actually there it's for elephants it's quality over quantity, because the bull doesn't last very long, but each thrust from an elephant would like destroy a car. So if you want to strap yourself in and feel the G's, you get yourself an elephant. You won't last long, but neither will he. Don't have sex with an elephant. That would be technically illegal.
And probably very painful.
It'd be like all the people who think that it's really hot
elephants
to
are
like.
Violent.
Elephants are incredibly violent, and very odd too. There's a story of a you can actually find it on the Wikipedia page of elephants under their social interactions. A woman out in Africa got really tired walking back to the village, so she sits underneath a tree, and when she wakes up, she's surrounded by 8 elephants all throwing dirt on her. They think that she died and they're mourning her.
Aww.
Yep.
They do have little funerals. They cry too.
They do. They touch pieces of they touch the dead elephant as a way of remembering.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll also like stay by the body for a while.
Magpies have funerals too, don't they?
Don't know. I know magpies are, well, famously little thieves.
Yeah, they collect shiny things. I like magpies, but I'm pretty sure they have little funerals too. Like they recognize their dead the same way elephants do. I don't think they cry like elephants do. I don't think they can, but they do have. If I recall correctly, they have little magpie funerals. Maybe we could look at magpie funerals.
All right.
You have magpies in your part, don't you?
Of course we do. There's
I know you have a lot of them over in England.
There's a little saying you do where it's like I salute you, Mr. Magpie, and it's better to bring you good luck.
I don't know if we have magpies over here. Not like the big magpies you have there.
What we have over here more than anything else is fucking crows. Just won't stop non-stop. Alright, BRB, I need to pee.
Hey, Billy.
I've got my own orange Gina on the way.
Yeah, but Billy, did you see the animals in that commercial? They were extra. That's extra. Oh, so how is everybody? I don't have the actual YouTube open. I have the chat open.
Orange Gina, the Orange Gina orgy is that nude scene from Zootopia just played out to its full now.
Wait, did Zootopia come before or after that commercial?
Well, after.
Okay.
So I wonder if there's any like little Easter eggs towards it. That'd be impressive. Because when they go to the nudist colony, by the way, that is like a great litmus test of how much of a furry you are. Because Judy Hopps does not do it for me, but for other people, they really like it. She's too rabbit on the path.
The bunny?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. I always wondered what the big thing was, like, why is this rabbit everywhere? Like, and I didn't
It's her
realize
hips.
it was
She's got
thing.
the cop. She got the cop dumpy going on. You know what happens when women wear.
Everybody liked the Lola bunny or whatever too, right?
Yeah, because she is meant to be played up as a little bit of like a sex appeal.
She had the
thing.
booty.
Yeah. Well, she had the long legs too. Or the one from Animaniacs who was like a mink. The blonde one. Anyway, like that's the thing. Like, if you're gonna tempt me with furry shit, make sure that they are as close to human as they can be. Magpie funeral. Let's have a look.
Oh, that's right. Oh, they see you.
Magpie death ritual.
Is it filming? Yeah. Now you can bring them close up. There you go.
I wonder why they do it.
I don't know. They're pretty smart animals, though.
Maybe they're sending a message out that this particular one is dead.
Like, they have no reason to collect shiny things that's like they just enjoy it. Like, they do it like with natural things, and they'll just do it with our things because they're pretty. Like, it really does seem to be like they just like them. Like, they hoard it like a little dragon treasure. They care about their dead. They're the only things that I saw bullying chickens. And the pheasant wouldn't come near them either. The pheasant was afraid of them. That's a bigger bird. But even if it was one magpie and one pheasant, the pheasant would just leave.
And crows are smarter. They have their own. They have their own calls for humans, but also
the whole corvid family.
It's like they've got calls for humans, but also good human and bad human. And
they remember generationally too.
Yep, and they also can judge when it's safe to cross the road. They track traffic. Verb. Oh, did you ever see the monkeys? Someone put a camera in this plushy monkey, a baby monkey, and put it in like a tribe of monkeys to observe them up close. And they think that like the monkey's interesting and they're kind of looking at it and shit. And obviously it's a plushie, it can't move. And they tilt it over and it falls to the ground, like way down. And the monkeys think that they killed it and they start mourning it. They start like hugging each other because like it's non-responsive. So they think that like it fell to its death and they killed it, and they're like hugging each other and like covering their faces. Yep.
Oh, shame, yeah. There are a lot of interesting.
Or that dog duo in China. Well, one died crossing the street. There were two stray dogs. And one crossed the street, and the other just lays down over its head. It lays its head over the body, and it just won't move. It won't leave him.
Dogs bond. They definitely bond.
Your coffee. Yeah.
Yeah.
My birdie.
Okay. Oh.
But yeah, there that not a lot of animals do the funeral stuff, but that apparently, from what I remember reading about magpies and elephants, it's very consistent. Like they always, when one of them dies and it's known, like they will do that. And if some person had anything to do with that, you better watch your back every time you see a magpie.
Yep.
You like it cold in your room when you sleep?
No, I like it perfect.
What's perfect?
About 77.
I'm sorry, you said perfect and 77? Sound more like purgatory to me, bro. If your thermostat go anything over 73, don't even invite me over, fam, because I don't hang with demons, okay? I'm a saved man. Amen. Hallelujah.
You like it cold in your room when you sleep?
No, I like it perfect.
What about you?
That's
What's your ideal going to sleep temperature?
Going to sleep temperature? Ridiculous. Like, I'll open the window in winter. I like it cold as fuck when I sleep because I like big snuggly blankets.
Same. Oh, nothing beats when you've
like
just made the bed
and
then
I'm a sweaty sleeper, so I need it to be really cold for me to be able to have. I think it was from camping, like growing up as a camper. Like I just got used to like I can always put more snuggly things on and snuggle up. But in the summer, I hate when it's warm when I sleep because you can't.
the humidity. That feeling of like your bed starting to get moist from your sweat. Ugh. Meanwhile, the opposite of that is when you've just made your bed and you flip it up and you kind of let it lie in that ice cold. I remember my dog used to be obsessed with whenever we made the bed, she had to be underneath the covers straight away when we did the flip, and I had to land on her just right or else she'd get angry and tell us to flip it again. We once had to do it 8 times to get it just right. I miss that dog. I miss all my pets.
You have a weird thing, like once I bond with it, like I haven't been able to bring myself to have a reptile since my iguana passed. Dogs, like I just, when my bear dog was gone, and I just lost my cat before I moved into this place, and yeah, I've been focusing on my plants and different stuff.
Oh, is there still no Karen in the wild?
Oh, Lord.
Karen's got really deserved. I've one thing I've noticed about the Karen's channel. They've gone from like self-entitled, like wine moms to just women shouting, and they're like, "This Karen talked back to her man and got what she deserved," and you're like, "Ew, I don't want to watch that." Like, that's not what I'm watching. I'm watching like comeuppance. See, Karen's got what they deserved. Part 2.
Oh,
yeah,
it's all right, Gage. I'll bond with a different animal at some point. It's all a matter. Like I can't just go out and like get a pet. Like it'll just be some random thing that like brings an animal close to my life, and I'll know it's meant to be, and I'll get one then.
Get outside.
All right, I want to watch the whole video. Sure. Here's the whole video. Thank you. boop. Come on, I want to get the rest of it. I bet it's just a link to his channel. No. No. Let Tuapri know I sent you full video. That's not... I don't get it. Why are you doing this to me? No? Okay. Fuck me, I guess.
Watch it. Can I please have it? Can I help you?
Oh, no, thank you.
No, I can't help
Sounds
you.
like
I know
JJ.
what you're doing.
Oh, no, but it's for what I'm documenting for his father.
Stop.
Out of all the books I could have grabbed, how dare I grab this one and put it in front of a brown man?
At the looming towers. Al Qaeda and the road to 9/11.
Right this minute.
Hey, guys. Oh, we're looking for a book. I think it's called like 13 Ways to Call a Fat Girl or something. We're just looking, we're just looking for a book.
Yeah, but it's not my strong suit in book search. But...
Oh, okay. We'll keep looking.
All right.
What are the permits for?
Oh, just for filming and stuff.
Do you have the permits on you?
Oh, yeah.
Can you take a look at them?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I permit.
Okay, Russell
Who
Brand.
is he to issue this permit?
I guess he's like really like knowledgeable about
cops
the
look
awesome
amused.
What's his name?
Bengali Russell Brand, we call him.
Oh.
Was it overall pretty chill?
Bengali Russell Brand.
Problem.
I'm trying to watch Netflix on the TV.
Get outside.
That just makes me want to see if JJ's done it in a while. JJ best moment IP2. Let's see if we can get like JJ hits his head on a pole. Well, we got to see that.
I just met him today. Oh!
Oh! Ho, ho!
Are you okay?
His response is, oh god, there's blood on it. Oh, like his response is always so deadpan. Like when he thinks he's gonna be killed, he's like, "No, get away from me!" Ah. When he's angry, he thinks his girlfriend's cheating on him. You have cheated on me. I don't like that. It's like he has one emotion, and it is not emotion. Also, I don't know why, but from this angle, it looks like you've got pigtails.
No, my hair is still wet from the shower I took before I ran in here, and I don't know, I figured I'd let it down so it would actually start to dry because I was a little bit chilly.
Oh, JJ.
You hit your head here.
Okay. He's so robotic.
He's so weird.
Yeah,
That whole crowd is so weird.
There's not many of the old school ones left now. He's very, it's very, dispersed. Some are still doing shit. Like, I can show you, like, what Andy Dick's up to. You know, the saddest motherfucker in Hollywood. Andy Dick crashes scooter, drunk, hits his head. Wee! I recently watched an old episode of American Dad, and there is an episode on Andy Dick about Andy Dick. He comes and takes over Roger's place as the effeminately gay like drug addict, comic relief, and him and Roger have a sort of like a fey out, and the model they use for Andy is so generous because Andy does not look that good. They give him like a cleft chin.
It's cloudery.
Oh, let's give it a few seconds.
Oh my! I'm sorry. You're probably right.
This looks terrible there, but
he looks very old.
He's a junkie.
I guess we are old now.
Yeah. Oh. I think I just broke my skull.
Bad.
Oh. He's a little cleaned up here, I will say. Well, obviously not. Jesus, he could have lost an eye.
Let's go, bro.
You're not broken. Come on.
Show me the. Yeah, show me your
But you
wound.
gotta
I
get
don't
on the
believe it.
bird if you
Come
wanna
on,
ride.
he's spitting
Let's go.
shit out
Come
now.
on, dude. You almost had it. I don't know what just happened. Are you bleeding?
I broke-
You're not even bleeding.
I broke
You're
my
barely bleeding
skull.
on the nose.
I broke
It
my.
does look like he's got a little scratch under his eye, actually. But
Yeah.
is that always a damn? You
Oh,
No, the
there's
glasses
a
aren't
good
broken.
shot of him, and he still looks.
His knuckles are so weathered.
Just got a feather on it.
He looks like he's trying to do who was the guy from Jurassic Park who was like life finds a way, the actor's name?
Jeff Goldblum?
Yes, he's kind of doing the Jeff Goldblum thing right now, but like if Jeff Goldblum was on heroin for years.
They might be chipped.
You just spit out a tooth? What the fuck was that?
You have my glasses.
Oh, there he is.
Broken.
Oh,
They're broken.
Jesus. This is why you do not operate a scooter while on fucking meth.
Okay, dude, we're almost there. We literally.
Or
you wanna end the
bathtub
ride?
vodka.
We just walk the rest of the way
Where's Lucas?
at the boat.
My boat that I'm sleeping on?
No.
Or the white one?
Let's go. Let's go. Come on.
No. Can I see your phone for a second?
God damn, he is out of it.
I'm gonna get a
Jesus, that's a stranger danger, kids. When you see Andy Dick giving you this face, you run away. Like, yeah, that is. Oh, he is such a PSA of don't doing drugs, you know?
Oh, how far we have fallen from news radio, my friend.
I know, right? It is so tragic. At the same time, it is like so few actors film their decline in so much detail, and in many
Most
ways,
of them at least have some family or money that will put them in a rehab for this kind of thing. Like,
he was in a good few rehabs over the years. Then at one point he got into rehab, he got out, and that's when he immediately tried to OD. Well, he didn't try, but it happened where he OD'd. He's technically been dead twice. He sexually assaulted JJ.
Oh, that is extra creepy the way he wiggled his fingers.
I know,
like,
right?
Let's just walk.
Like, I'm not saying he's a good dude, but it's sad.
Oh no, it is very tragic. Just like it's very tragic with this douchebag here, Blade. But like,
at least now I know that you're not talking about like comic Blade, and you're talking about some reality YouTuber.
Yep.
So long. Every time I would hear you talking about
Andy
Blade,
Dick
I'm
talks
like,
about the time Star Trek. Oh, his time in Star Trek Voyager. Hell
How
yeah.
did you end up on Star Trek Voyager as the Mark II EMH? How did that happen?
Oh, I remember that.
The producer.
How high is he, man? He's like,
he's actually mostly been
Waiting
drinking
for the
pure
question.
vodka. Like he doesn't have any mixer. He just downs it like this really bathtub cheap vodka. His handler, I think, is a guy called.
skinny. He looks like a cancer patient in this.
Well, yeah, I mean, he is a he's no longer a high functioning alcoholic. He's just an alcoholic, and he's also a drug user, like a hardcore drug user. Anything given to him, he will take. And then he was obsessed with Chicken Andy. He wanted to have sex with Chicken Andy so
What's
fucking
Chicken
bad.
Andy?
Chicken Andy's a young YouTube, IP2 guy. He was a part of the IP2 van, and he's a weird guy in his own right. I'll quickly show you Chicken Andy. And Andy basically fell in love with him. But Andy's not gay, but he's kind of like, hey, yeah, whatever, dude, whatever, bro. This is Chicken Andy now. Chicken Andy's quitting YouTube. Huh? That's good. See what I mean? They're dropping like flies.
Why are you scared of the fucking
Oh shit, are they yelling out there?
Real quick.
Come on, show Andy.
Come on. Why me, dude?
He has a sort of Eminem vibe from like late 90s, early 2000s.
Oh my god!
He's a douchebag, don't get me wrong, but he's
How old is this child?
like, there he is. I think now he'd be like 22, 23. Maybe, I think he was like 18 when Andy wanted to fuck him.
Andy Dick is older than me.
Yeah. And like I said, he sexually assaulted JJ. And you've seen JJ. JJ's not mentally right in the head. Andy Dick, was it Andy Dick, JJ, arrested for felony. Andy Dick arrested for public intoxication. Failing to register as sex offender. Federal sexual battery on live stream.
I think I got roofied during my rape or something.
I think I got roofied. That's always a great way to start a day.
But I like don't know.
This one's gone now. This
I was just like in bed right now, and I smelled like certain parts of my body.
And what's bad?
certain parts of my body. What the fuck?
Right?
No, but I was.
You smelled
other
certain
RV
parts.
with Andy, and then
In his bed?
Yeah.
Why?
And then I have no idea. Like not even.
He was there with Captain Content at the time.
Why did you get in bed with this guy?
JJ's brain just fails to start.
Yeah.
And then.
I don't think that's right.
I wake up, I come here, and then I check myself, and I'm like.
Oh, you recounted the story 2 days later. Said that he made it up.
And they smell like.
Not, but Andy's now has to register as a sex offender.
No.
He did fondle him. Yeah, the police were called. And guess what? They still lived together in the van for months after. And weeks after, Andy would just be glaring at JJ. Like, you almost fucking got me in jail. And JJ's like, what? Like, this is what it was like. It was
What's
just
the cool
insane.
picture with the chick in the camera?
That's Piper discovers your Nexus mod history. Oh, this is one of those AI voices.
Wow, Blue, this is incredible. This is what you joined.
It's a game. It's a game thing. It's
She's cute.
Yeah, that's Piper from Fallout 4. She's the one I have the crush on. Everyone likes Kat, but Kat has a terrible Irish accent. I mean, this thing is atrociously bad. It's. I think it's.
Freckles and her nose to be shaped a little differently, but. She's cute.
Here's what Piper Fallout 4. This is what she looks like in game. She's a reporter.
You open this gate right now, Danny Sullivan. I live here. You
Very
can't
shiny.
Just lock me
It's
out.
raining at the time of this, so the model looks all
They
shiny.
did that in the Resident Evil remakes too. Every time it was rainy or they were supposed to be wet, everything looked overly weirdly shiny.
Right?
You want into Diamond City, right?
What? Who are you?
What's that? You said you're a trader up from Quincy? You have enough supplies to keep the general store stocked for a whole month? You hear that, Danny?
Good character model animations going on.
Or are you gonna be the one
Great.
talking to crazy Myrna about losing out on all the supply?
The movement, yeah, the captured.
I need to make it personal, Piper. Give me a minute.
Better head inside quick before old Danny catches on with the bluff.
Yeah, she runs a newspaper. She can be your companion, romantic interest.
Sounds good. Let's go.
What a great day in Diamond City.
Yeah, that's Piper. Alright. Let's see if what's his name? Let's see if there's something in chat here. Someone posted some shit for the suggestions for tonight's show. Channel suggestions. Marsupial the marsupial tiger still exists. If not, they'll be back soon. All right. That's half an hour long. I want to watch it.
I was reading about that though. They were talking about like by 2030 or 2040. It was a long ass time, but they're actually trying to use current like DNA technology and clone one from bits and pieces.
Can Poland into space? This is from Crow. Fuck that. I don't want to watch it from Crow.
Skip through, check out. Maybe we'll see parts of it. Like,
all right.
look for
Can
interesting
Poland
parts.
into space?
People are always talking about the animal. Oh, the kraut one. I don't know.
Oh, okay,
about
fair
Can
enough.
Poland
Yeah,
into
all right,
space.
right. Should have clarified
But
that.
I know that, like, you just. I apologize. I was seeing the critter on the screen.
Well, hi there.
I like this.
Today's
guy, too.
video is sponsored by Reach Out
Never
Reptiles,
seen
and
him
what I
before.
would consider to be
Really?
the
He's
best
got a
pet
cool
snake
channel.
in the world. But more about them in a bit. This
Hope should have
is a
watched his
marsupial,
channel. Then maybe he
and
would
so
know how
is
to take
this.
care of his lizard.
And so is this. And so is this.
Aw.
And this one might be back soon. Marsupials are, as we foreshadowed in our video about the Afrotherians, the greatest rival to the Afrotheria for diversity and weirdness within the mammals. This group is so much cooler than you even know. And a big part of the reason for that is because, like the Afrotheria, they were the only mammals present on a large island continent for a very long time. This means that, like the Afrotherians, they filled most of the niches filled by other mammal groups elsewhere. And the island continent where most extant marsupials live is Australia and its nearby islands. But surprisingly, Australia is not where they originated. They haven't even been there all that long. In fact, the placental mammals possibly arrived in Australia
Placental
first.
mammals?
And guess where the marsupials came from?
Placenta.
Antarctica.
Oh.
But that's not where they originated either. In fact, the oldest fossils of marsupials are from Asia and North America. They date back to the early Cretaceous, perhaps even the Jurassic. So clearly, we've got a big story to tell. And we've got to take a look at all of the extant marsupials and one group that promises to be back soon. But first, let's talk about where marsupials as a group fit in with the
You can
other
probably
mammal
skip
groups.
closer to the end where he talks about the critters that everybody likes.
Than they are to bilbies and bandicoots, and they're not very closely
Apparently,
related
it's
to
like
shrews at all. Because
making
bilbies
some
and
cultural comeback.
bandicoots are not eutherians.
Okay,
They're
I got something
marsupials,
after this.
But you probably know that
I have
by
to
now.
find it.
But, like we mentioned earlier, the bandicoots have, in addition
But yeah,
to the
like
choriovalent
Australians
placenta
wiped
found in
those
all
critters out.
marsupials,
Like
Yep.
a
A lot of the cats
chorioallantoic
did the
placenta.
job.
But it is smaller than those found in most
And they had a
eutherians,
push for
and it lacks
getting
the
rid of them.
chorionic villi. Chorionic
They just
villi are
wiped out too
small
many.
projections that finger out and greatly increase the contact area between the placenta and the uterine wall. What this means is that while bandicoots seem to be walking a similar evolutionary line to the eutherians, they are still born comparatively underdeveloped. So it's a
Okay, this
good
is a
thing
bit.
that they have a
This is a
pouch,
bit
like
Honey,
dryish.
that's what I was saying. Like if you, yeah, he.
Um,
I told you I'm a nerd.
No, it's not
as
that.
soon
it's
as I
just
said I liked the
for
guy, you
li-
should have known
for-
that.
I mean, for an actual stream, I'd probably enjoy this on my own, but like,
Fair.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't funny well.
is erosion real? There is a, I don't know if it's a meme going around.
What?
But someone is
watched a
claiming
Opium Bird,
someone
that was fun.
erosion is a hoax. Is it not on YouTube?
People love to pick on geology.
Erosion birds, real or fake? Uncover true. This isn't what I was.
Erosion bird?
All right, let's see what the fuck erosion bird is.
No, I like that's like they're just riffing off the.
What? What?
I'm sure you'll find this video both unsettling
was a
and astonishing.
AI
It features a creature known
Oh,
as
okay.
erosion
Picture.
bird. Initially called opium birds,
not
this
erosion bird,
eye-generated
it's open
image
bird.
showcases a massive bird-like being situated on a snow-covered mountain.
That motherfucker back there is not real.
Notably, this bird dwarfs humans
We
in
watched
size.
her.
That was good.
She made a video
Good
basically.
combination.
Yeah.
The whole story kicked off back in September when a TikToker
Beard
known as
meets
Dre,
food.
VFX, posted the very first video showcasing the erosion bird. According to the description, it appeared as though angels had been caught on a GoPro.
Guys,
This
look for
video
something to
managed
watch.
to amass
Beard
an
meets
impressive
food is one of my
500,000 views.
favorites.
What's interesting is that in
Alright.
the comments section...
Beard meets food. Well, actually, beforehand though, I want to see if I can find what I saw. It was like on Twitter, and it was just this guy claiming to have proof that erosion is fake. And I thought there was a video to it, but is a soil erosion. False claim sea levels haven't risen in century. Fast check. Back to fake news. Alright, it's probably too obscure. Beard meets food. Okay. This does look familiar.
Erosion bird looks like Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders meets like Big Bird, maybe.
What did you do to that big bird, Mr. Sanders?
What I'll do to everyone when it's time to become president. I forget how Bernie Sanders sounds. I made him sound like Obama. Giant Parmo challenge. Heart attack. Let's see what his most popular one is. Trying to beat this slice record at Gordon Ramsay's bottom. Oh, hell yeah.
Right, so we're currently outside Gordon Ramsay's street pizza,
You're pulling my plonker now, aren't you?
where for 17 quid you could eat as much pizza as you want for 2 whole hours. Now, there's nothing new about unlimited pizza, but this is one of those places where they keep score of the record number of slices eaten, so I thought it might be fun to get inside there, see if we can beat the record. What is the
All you
record?
can eat pizza is pretty
18
neat.
slices.
It was at this moment that he knew. He f***ed up.
I suppose it depends on how big the slices are. Should we get inside and find out?
Thanks for the donation there.
Gotta support 2 of my faves. Good show so far, you guys. If anyone's down for shots, I'm in.
Alright. Thank you so much for the... I don't know why it's not showing up. 911 euro. I will grab the... we're not going to play it while I'm out, just grabbing the glasses and the honey whiskey. Because I don't want to be XQC, especially because XQC got his channel fucking finally terminated for copyright fraud claims. Which, you know what, the copyright system on YouTube needs a massive overhaul, but it does need to still exist for reasons like XQC. Where he wouldn't like say a single thing about the video, he'd just like stare at it for hours. And sometimes get up and leave. And like he would just play it non-stop, and people would just, it would really affect, like, because he watched like a much smaller channel, for example, and he's so big that tons of people would then just end up watching that, and they wouldn't bother to watch the actual video, which would hurt the actual channel, and he wouldn't give them like shout outs or anything like that. So yeah, he got his channel terminated, which, you know, good. Guy's weird as fuck. I mean, he's French Canadian. That's already off to a really bad start. Speaking of,
Certainly not a good look.
I hear something about Mama JF. He was being asked questions, but I did not bother to check. Do you know anything about that? Maybe.
No, I don't. I was a little disappointed in somebody that I followed because I realized that he actually streamed with JF 2 months ago, and I don't know why that upset me, but it did. I don't know. I was disappointed. Oh, I look really weird. I was looking back to see if I could see. Did it? Oh my. Never mind. I do not want to see my face. How is everybody? When he comes back, I may have to run off and use the bathroom real quick.
Go off and use it. I'll do my shots. I'll do my shot.
Yay! I'll be right back.
All right. So what we have here is some Jack Daniels Tennessee honey. So we're already off to a shit start with a terrible drink, and then we add honey to it. Somehow makes it better. In actual fact, I picked the honey one because I kind of like it. So maybe I should have maybe opened it up beforehand, but I didn't. I'm in Egypt. Had this once before. Ooh, hoo-hoo! It's got a smell to it, but also a nice honey undertone. Because I know you like it more than Andavar, their Buddy Boy Blue. We'll start with Muscadoon. Oh, that really takes the edge off the honey. Because the whiskey... I know Irish people, we're obsessed with our fucking whiskey, but I never had a taste for it the same as other people. Same with stout. I was always more of a lager man. IPAs. And I didn't care for cider for the longest time. And then after I came back from Cornwall, I really started getting into it. Probably because they have some really great ciders up there. So, you know, there's probably a whiskey out there for me. Peanut butter whiskey is pretty nice. I know that's not quite a whiskey, but you know what I mean. So thanks for that. Oh, I actually have half a can of Heineken too. Ew. Anyway, I will do another shot when somebody donates again, but I'm also going to pour myself a sippy sip stuff. That's all I have left. There. Now, I will watch this when we come back. When Raisin comes back. Looking good, Raisin. Yeah, she does. The erosion bird looks like Bernie Sanders. So, I was hoping for like Karen's in the Wild or something, but no. There's also Future Canoe. I know he's got a video I wanna look at, but we'll watch this first. I like this guy's beard, but he reminds me a little too much of Liver King. But you can tell he's Liver King, but he enjoys his life rather than Liver King, who is sad all the time. He's sad because he can't make as much money because everyone caught him out as a liar. His body is falling apart. You know, it's just you know, it couldn't have happened to a nicer Macy's Day Parade balloon.
Hello.
Hello.
Who's gonna see that little bit of video
kinda
magic,
handsome.
and we're inside. This doesn't look like a pizza restaurant now. Where's a pizza restaurant?
Nice, man.
upstairs.
He looks like how Keemstar thinks Keemstar looks.
That's the one from the video earlier? I don't know.
I think I need to do some more cardiovascular exercise.
No, eat pizza.
This is always a little bit embarrassing, but I'm gonna have to stretch out a little bit, yeah. They call this the Cobra pose in yoga.
The Cobra?
Which helps you with eating. But also, Mrs. Beard
not
bought
wrong, they do.
like a limited edition version of the Kama Sutra a couple of weeks ago. So I'm under strict instruction to become more supple, more limber, more flexible. So it's helping me with that as well.
Just get a fucking giant bad dragon dildo and learn to love it. Not just to tip it. That'll make you supple and more flexible. Not gay if it's yoga.
I realise it doesn't look normal.
Or, you know.
Deep breath. Push your pelvis into the ground.
Bastardized
Feel the
Kama Sutra.
stretch.
It's not about sex.
The record's 38 slices, not 18.
He's like a charming Keemstar.
Is the record 38 slices? Buckle up, folks. It's gonna be a bumpy ride.
Oh, thank you, Dave.
Alright, so we're at Gordon
I did hear the
Ramsay's
compliment
Street
earlier.
Pizza
I also
today,
heard you bastardization
and,
it,
try and
not like
break
in
their
whiskey
record
or
for the
stout.
most
What's
slices
wrong
of
with
pizza
you?
eaten, which I originally
Well, I might be a stereotype, but I don't be a stereotype all the time. I actually do. Every once, considering what I just drank in a blue moon, I do enjoy a Guinness. But I don't know. It just never.
It's more like a treat, though. To be fair, the Guinness.
No, I mean over here it's like, especially if you're of a certain age or if you're a douchebag who thinks that George Clooney is the ultimate example of masculinity.
I more meant if you're used to drinking lager.
I do. I love me some lager. I love me some. I'm not a big fan of pilsners, but it has its moments. Give me an IPA or an ale.
Yeah.
Red ale.
IPA.
Bitter.
It depends. I like ale in the summer. I don't really drink stout in the summer. I don't really find it to be like a hot weather drink.
Yeah, that's a winter.
Yeah. It's a meal.
That
And
was
it's
18 slices, but apparently it's 38.
38, yep.
You need to update your website. You get 2 hours in which to eat as much pizza as you want.
That guy looks so tired.
Pizza before you order the next
He
pizza.
looks tired and
Costs
nervous.
17
Like,
Maybe he
And
knew
there
the
are
camera
about
crew
4
was
or 5
coming the
different
day
pizzas you
after,
could choose
the
from.
next day, and he just
and
couldn't
then
sleep.
special one as well, so you've got
So
six
pizzas.
different ones to get through.
Do I get anything? So you got some hats and t-shirts over there. Do I get a hat and or a t-shirt if I beat the record?
I've got a free t-shirt in there for you. You can do it.
Nice. Better do it then. 38 sounds like a lot. You reckon I can do it?
I think you got this. You got this in the bag.
I reckon you got it.
Whoa.
Man, so this is the first one. Margarita to start.
Thank you very much, buddy. Smells good. Ooh, crispy.
Okay.
We might need some dip, you know. If I'm gonna break that record.
No, adding more to it is probably not a good idea.
no, they do that all the time. Like when they soak things and they wet
Oh,
things.
if they soak it
it's
in
just
water,
weird.
yeah, sure, but
Or maybe he just needs dip to make it slide down easier or something. How is he not getting that in his facial? He's the cleanest, craziest eater ever.
you do get used to working around the beard. It's one more
He's
reason
very
why.
clean about it though. It's not like stuck in there. Like he's
Look,
respecting
when
it.
you have a beard like that, you're a preeming peacock.
It's very
with
well
it.
kept for a big beard. Look, he's got the little. It's like
He's too self-conscious with that beard. Like you gotta have a level.
no,
of
it's not
scruff.
like he's got it. No, it's beautiful. He's got it all like, and I bet it's soft too.
Oh yeah,
Mr.
you
Beard
can tell
is
he's
probably
got
very
so much
or Mrs. Beard
oils.
is probably happy.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of oils being used in that thing. He probably has one of those beard combs. Actually, I've got a beard comb somewhere.
You should.
Pizza.
I do. Take care of it.
And then we'll work on to some of the other flavours.
Nice little beard
As we start to
ponytail.
get flavour fatigue.
I think my Skyrim Nord right now has that exact beard.
This is making me want some delicious pickup pizza.
I do have a frozen peri peri chicken pizza in the fridge if I want it, but I'm
Or a
full
nice
of.
like
I'm full
With
of
the fresh basil.
I'm gonna try not to lose track of the count, the slice count this time. Right, that's 8 slices done, right? One pizza, 8 slices. I really want to get, you know, like a party popper, because my budget doesn't quite stretch to CGI and After Effects. So just between like every course, I was gonna do a, you know, party popper. That probably did look a bit weird. Like that's one done. What pizza should we get next? I didn't look at the menu. Can I get another margarita?
Yeah, with a pizza like that, looked like a margarita, Billy, so it would be easy to fold it like that because they're nice and thin.
I would feel intensely guilty about abusing an all-you-can-eat offer. But Gordon Ramsay is professionally mean to people, isn't he? He's made a career out of being mean to people.
What is that?
We should get
Stupid cows! Where's the lamb?
So I think we're going to try and see if we can take a slice out of this.
I'm gonna bump them up to 60. Yeah, I'm gonna bunch around so we can watch more stuff as well.
Is that a mushroom?
No, no mushroom. Sliced chicken.
Just looks like a mushroom.
So we skipped the. What did he have for the last pizza though?
He asked for another margarita.
Okay. That is my favorite pizza.
I shouldn't have given him free reign over the pizza choice.
Oh.
Scaldy.
He's eating it too hot.
Well, he is on the clock.
And he shouldn't be chitty-chatty in between.
That's why I skipped ahead. He's the motherfucker's gonna say crap. I've done an eating contest on stream and I failed miserably. The totally fried one.
We'd like some pepperoni on as well. It's like chicken, cheese, a little bit of green stuff.
That looks like such good pizza though.
Yeah, I like how you can hear the crust crunch. That's a good sign. And look how little oil is coming off it. That's good.
Yeah.
Too many pizzas will just.
Oh, he's using it to mop it. Yeah, see?
Yeah.
That was quick.
Street swap.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Straight onto pepperoni.
What's up with 24 slices now? 8, 16, 24. Yeah,
2 more.
yeah. 8, 16, 24. Yeah. So this will be like 32.
Yeah.
32 if I finish this, so we're getting there. This is
Yeah, so 2 more pizzas to go.
Pepperoni's gonna be piping hot too. They keep giving him that fucking really hot stuff. That's why he cheddar-chatted for a little while there. You gotta let that pepperoni cool down or that would have burned the shit out of him.
I don't think the chef wants me to win, you know.
I want to try the burrito without the bugs. I think that's doable. But you're gonna have to have a whole lot more booze than I'm drinking.
So good.
I don't want another one of these.
Why?
Why you gotta? Well, he's getting full.
I guess he's... Right.
He's hitting the wall.
But the pepperoni would definitely do it. The heavy grease.
Oh, yeah. That's already
Yeah,
good.
they're doing him in. He never should have given them choice. Apparently, he let them choose. And they started giving him big, cheesy, greasy, hot pizzas.
Okay, he's at 30 now.
That was a tactical mistake.
Yeah.
That was a tactical. Yeah, look, he's got free beard oil from the pepperoni.
That was an egregious error in judgment. I don't know if I'm just a baby, but
It was delicious, wasn't
I am a
it?
baby, but that was really hot. Starting to leak.
Alright, it's time.
From the nose.
Can he pull this off? He needs 1 more.
But the next one's a record-breaking pizza, right?
Oh,
If
I
finish
gotta...
the whole pizza.
He still has an hour?
30, 40. 5 pizzas is 40 slices.
Special.
It does have chili flakes on it, doesn't it?
No, this one's good. So this is puttanesca. So you've got olives, capers, anchovies, cheese and tomato base, and then top with a little bit of oregano on there.
Fishy, nice. Thanks, mate.
What a
Can I just
weird
get,
choice at the end there.
Shall I get a... Do you have milkshake?
You've got Oreo or...
He wants a milkshake
You're
as
to put oregano
well?
on pizza?
Pudding, milkshake, please, yeah, thanks. Neat, that was really
It'll help
hot.
it slide down.
Needed.
Those pizzas are crunchy from
How
the
do you feel
sound of
about
it. That's
fish on
delicious,
pizzas?
but
It's one of those
you
things
want
that
that
can polarize
slide to
people,
soothe
actually.
your throat too.
Arguably more than pineapple. I mean, I love pineapple.
Trying to
on
swallow
pizza.
it like that.
Yeah,
He's probably
he's gonna-
scratching his throat a bit.
One ear.
He's gonna pull this
But fish on
off. I
pizza
mean,
is one of
he's
those
like,
things
he's
that-
got an hour.
Some people don't really enjoy.
He's got this.
Tuna, red
Yeah.
onion, cheese, flat. Good.
I can
Is he
see that,
flexing
Billy.
it?
He's putting that down. he's eating good too. Like I respect this. Like he can do this, and he's taking his time, and he's delicious.
There's an art to eating food, to like competitive eating.
Smell, isn't it?
I'd be a little afraid if I were his mother trying to feed him and make sure that I fed him enough because he's skinny and he can eat like that. I'd be like, are you sure you don't need me to get you more
What
food,
is it
baby?
with competitive eaters having such like small waists? They're like they're often very lean.
The people that I know that don't even do this for like the two biggest, scariest eaters I've ever met are skinnier than him. It's almost like they have some wacky metabolism. Both are gingers too.
Okay, I'm gonna ignore that one particular part for my.
No, they are. They have this awesome metabolism where like they. This chick I grew up with, like even when we got out, everybody's like, oh, that's gonna catch up with you. Nope. Even through our 30s, could just sit there and just not because she was competitive, like just hungry, eat an entire pizza in a sitting and look like an 80s model. It's amazing. Like, I would kill for her genetics.
Meanwhile, like you got to give credit for like bodybuilders for the sheer amount of calories that they eat. They eat like what 15,000
Well, they need
calories?
to convert it. Otherwise, they'll just
absolutely.
get skinny.
But
I mean, there are some people that just have genetics like this that seem to be able to just
do it all the time.
Take it, yeah, like just and it's not even something like I would bet that if he can eat this much for a challenge before he even looks like he's breaking a sweat, he could probably just order like his wife knows to order 3 pizzas when they're ordering food together. Like this dude probably eats a lot normally.
I wonder if he has like the you know when you I remember learning this in school. You know when you feel full and your body sends a message. That's really your stomach could hold more, way more, but your body is sending a message to your brain saying, "Cut this off. I have to process this now." So you feel like, okay, no more for now. You're getting groggy. You want to process. It's one reason why you become lethargic. It's because your hunting mode is off now. Now you spend time developing the food into energy. Gestation. Bubbling crude. But here's the thing, like, maybe he doesn't have that. Maybe his brain just is like, you're full when you're full, and you're not full, so you can put it away, and there's no like cutoff point.
Billy was talking about that too. Like some people have the ability to just kind of pour liquid into like without any hesitation or needing.
Oh,
like they
that
can
guy who would
breathe
drink
while they're
anything.
dumping
Do you
it
remember
down.
him?
I
He was
can't
on
do that.
YouTube.
Like some people just have, like you're probably right. There's some sort of system that is just allowing him to.
What was the name
circumvent
of
that somehow?
That guy, he was like really famous on YouTube, and he would just drink whatever was suggested of him, and he drank like castor oil at
Billy
one
Boy
point.
probably knows.
Yeah,
Oh.
like he drank
That
like
shit is nasty.
whole bottle of vodka in one go, like glug 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 glug, and as a result, like he could take that shit, but he would start like spouting the most right-wing lunacy possible. Like he would have really lost.
Booze
the
doesn't
plot.
make you right wing. Let's just disclaimer. Booze does not make you right wing unless you're already that way.
That's
it reveals all the
that's
hidden
not
secrets.
what I mean. That's not what I mean.
No, I'm teasing. I'm teasing.
But like his brain was seeming to rot, and then he kind of left the internet for a bit, and I don't know if he came back. But he was pretty famous. Does anyone know who I'm talking about? Layers of rat around the actual stomach actually restricts it from being able to expand. Yeah, that's true. If you were to, this is pretty fucking morbid and gory, but if you cut open the flesh around your belly and then filled it with like water or any substance, let's just say endless supplies of cum, you would have a pregnant belly pretty fucking quickly from all the cum. And because it would just be like expanding outwards. That's why like a lot of people will use a stomach for like a water flask and shit like that, because they hold in.
Make it hogmaw.
I don't damn, I don't remember that guy. Oh, every once in a while someone's like, oh yeah, him. He would just like down anything given to you, and that was his gimmick. And he was basically the freak, or he was the geek of the internet for a little bit, in traditional sense of the geek, which is like, you know, eating heads off chickens, swallowing swords. You know, he was a carnival act, but it would just get like very sad very quickly. I forget that guy's name. If, like I said, if anyone in the chat knows who the fucking
This is the slice that's going to equal the record, right? The nationwide record. I think the record here was 18 slices, but down in London it's 38. Can we show these caps how we do it up north?
Just showing off by taking a side now.
Right,
Just
yeah.
Pineapple. Can't take another 50.
Shoe Nice? Was it Shoe Nice? Shoe Nice vodka. Yep. We'll come back to the guy.
Hey everyone, Shoe Nice again. Well, basically, this camera looks
He
a lot
looks
better
like
than my
John
other one.
Cena's sort of like Rain Man-esque brother that John looks after. Like John, that's why he became a wrestler to begin with, because he needed to make sure that his brother is safe, because ever since his parents died, he's been the one looking after his very slow brother. That's my headcanon now with John Cena. Shoe Nice is his brother.
So just as a heads up, in 5 minutes, I'm going to have to be like camera dark and back and forth for a little bit.
So
No worries.
basically, a lot of people have been asking me to
So this is
slam
the guy
by
who just
Absolute
downs
Weds.
everything.
I can't afford it. They said they'd send it to me, so I said no problem.
You see, it's the same with
Absolute goes
Cobes.
down pretty quick. I mean,
Cobes will eat and drink anything put in front of him, especially if the chat sends it to him. It's the same with Shoe Nice. He couldn't afford the
So
Everclear,
not
so they
that
sent him
bad.
an Everclear.
Now we're gonna have a new camera.
Well,
so
or
everybody
so
gets
nasty.
it.
Absolute, I suppose.
See the Absolute
Although he does
bottle.
drink Everclear.
As we see.
Actually, if we're gonna watch him,
Perforated.
like if you can, if this is like.
Does
the
he just
only
dump
video-
it down his throat and like glug 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 though?
Yeah, well, actually, we'll watch the actual Everclear video.
Hey everyone, Shoe Nice again. A liquor vid to end all vids.
Oh my
Smart
god!
choice ahead. It accentuates his eye color.
Right? It looks like a child's hat.
Signature required.
Yeah, this guy was.
We don't need to watch him open it.
Yeah, we're on the clock. We want to see how many slices of pizza the guy eats.
I want to see how fast this dude can drink it too. Like,
Yeah, me too. I've drank
he
this
lived
shit
through it, then
before.
let's
It's
watch.
Consumption.
nasty.
oh, it's pure vile.
Endanger your health.
Liquid iron.
190 proof, guys. I ain't playing games.
Oh, look at his
Hey, Mark.
face.
Get set.
I would be feeling that way too. What's the nose? No, don't be a teenage girl. No, I mean people who can just like dump it down.
Look.
That's
Oh my god, he's halfway already.
Billy knows what I mean about dump it down, like without any in between, nothing. Like, I'm impressed when people can even do that shit with water. Like, they can just hold it up and like pour it
spit it back.
and
into
just
his
glug
cup.
glug glug like put their head under a faucet and just drink.
Oh god, he threw it back up. Now he's downing it again.
I'm right.
Not a drop be spent, huh? Not a drop wasted.
Oh wow, that's visceral. Like I just smelled that from watching him. Like that. The,
My
like the Everclear.
gullet is twisting in
Oh.
like ancestral memory.
Oh, I don't.
Like it's like, no, I remember. I do not want this. It's not happening to you, but it's near me.
The like woof of alcohol. Like I almost feel like I just got.
Oh, thank you.
Then he downs
Oh, look at
40
that
pizzas.
milkshake too. Oh my god, everything there looks delicious.
It's good.
Oh, it was impressive in a very visceral sense what he did.
This slice is to
Do not do this. The same way as Nicaragua avocado. Not eat all those noodles.
Fish with milkshake isn't something you should. I'd never recommend that.
He's just smiling and casual. The only thing that bothered him so far was the pepper flakes.
Yeah.
We didn't really make much fanfare about the fact that I just broke the record.
This man is my hero.
Like, no one seems to care. I was like, oh,
because they knew. He's probably done this so many times.
Yeah, but even the staff is like, okay, whatever.
So that means I beat the record, right? By 2. You're ahead now, yeah. But since there's a almond pineapple in the oven, I'll go for a.
He's gonna eat another one. The ham and pineapple one.
Surely. Oh, here it is.
Jesus, he doesn't want this to be beaten, does he?
Stop saying brother. It sounds like Hulk Hogan or something.
Brother.
Brother. I said that around your favorite song.
You know it smells
it's
bad,
called him
but
brother
it's
a
like,
lot.
at the same time tastes really good.
You went full Scottish.
This is when I like to start I like to start a little mini civil war down in the comments. Let me know if you like pineapple on your pizza or not.
I'm not a big fan of it on sauced pizza. White pizza is fine, but pizza sauce and that stuff, I wouldn't have ham on a pizza sauce pizza either.
I'm okay
Not
with
if I can help it. I mean,
it's the pineapple that would get me. I'm not a big fan of pineapple on pizza. I'm not one of those.
Really
the meat.
Chicken on pizza either.
Oh, that can be spicy chicken on pizza. Can be really
If it's like a buffalo chicken or a white pizza, again,
or
like
what
it
about
has
the
to be
peri
the
peri
white
chicken
sauce. Like,
one that I've got here? That's got tons of like.
is that red sauce?
It's kind of like an Indian curry sauce, isn't it?
Right. They don't use, but exactly. Like I don't like ham or chicken on a regular pizza sauce pizza. They have to have a special sauce. It has to be a special pizza. Like a meal pizza.
There you go.
That's the face of
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
full.
We've got 10 minutes to finish those two. He can do it. Yeah,
He
Sam
doesn't
was
have to eat those two. He's still got to beat.
I know, but you know, we're fitters, not quitters.
Fair.
Welcome back to Will It Fit?
This is so sweet. You could dip this in a
I
milkshake.
want to try that too, Billy. Or Bill. Billy. I'm gonna differentiate because
Like
all
dessert.
the dipping. Whoa. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I got a problem
That's
with
commitment
that.
just to get it done. Yep. Ooh, you're pushing it, dude. Until he stretched to his limit because he's getting his beard messy too.
Fair play, well done, man. Like, I definitely couldn't put that away. I haven't seen anyone else do that, so.
I'd be a little annoyed that I can get to a nice 50, but yeah, 46 is pretty amazing.
But in pizza terms,
Like
that's
48.
an even number.
Tell you, that was
Multiples
that was
of
hard
8
work.
are the even numbers in
We've got it
pizza.
done. New record, 48 slices. Come down, see if you can beat it.
You're
Nice.
good for him. Future
Very
canoe.
good recommend. All right, let me camera dark. I will be able to hear you, but I will be in and out on the voice.
Okay. We're going to watch viral Shin ramen recipes. Hitomochi. Oh, here's a pizza. Finding the best pizza in New York. Hell yeah.
Sauce, cheese, and bread. There's nothing more straightforward than pizza. I know I'm no Dave Portnoy, but today I'm gonna take you to some of my favorite spots in the city. Filming in public is my least favorite activity. The incredible shame and
the whiskey-
embarrassment sometimes is unbearable.
the whiskey
but I
is
really
starting
love
to
food tours,
seep
and New
into
York
my
City has a
brain
lot to
unit. I
offer,
like
so I'll
that.
slowly get over it.
I'm gonna give you what you want.
When we come back, I'll
Give me
also
that nice
teach you a few
warmness
methods to
that
make a
whiskey
good
gives
pizza
you.
at home.
A
But
nice
here it is,
blanket
another
feeling.
food tour / cooking video. Are you excited?
Just can't hide it.
Our first spot is called Scar's Pizza. It's the closest one to my house. Every time I walk by, there's a huge line. It doesn't end till 2 a.m. Fun fact,
Dude,
the
that
first
looks
time I
like
came here with my
fucking.
friend,
That
we
looks
ran into
really
Blake.
creepy. If those guys outside, I'd be worried we're like gonna try to sell me drugs, but not fun drugs, like honey Tennessee whiskey, you know.
lively.
Spot on the Lower East Side, bag behind the bag. Serena Vanderwoodson.
Scars used to be just like a hole in the wall across the street. After they got uncontrollably popular, they had to move to a bigger place. This is their by the slice takeout counter, and if you want to order a whole pie, there's a whole room of
I
tables
like
back there.
whoever came up with the idea of buying individual slices of pizza from a pizza place was a genius. Because sometimes you don't want a whole pie, you just want a slice. Especially if you're walking. Like if you got places to go, but you have to grab something to eat, a slice of pizza, you can just like chew half of it and then just start walking and then chew the other half, and you'll be done well before you get to your bus. The whiskey warmth sounds like we need one more shot. Up to you, brother. You can control that angle, not me. Very much appreciated. You. There was another brother.
I love the new spot. There's more space, a bar, and what looks to be the most awesome machine of all time. This is the most popular slice.
What was the machine? Mike's Hot Honey.
And what looks to be the most awesome machine of all time. This is the most popular slice, topped with pepperoni, jalapeno, and hot honey. They call this the Hot Boy, so clearly it is named after me.
Clearly, it isn't.
I love how everything just melted.
Break
shot glass. Let's have another love, old boy.
Chat. Thank you so much for the other 9/11 there, Billy Boy Blue. You are doing the channel a very good service, especially because for the foreseeable future there may not be a channel. I mean, I might be back by the end of Wednesday. A sad failure added to my list of failures, but you know, I don't know until I'm out there. I have shit to do, and I do apologize for like keeping it vague and for not knowing what's what. But like, I live a life outside of this channel, you know, and play my cards right. It's gonna be one hell of a life. And then once it's all settled, you guys will get to know all the details, and hopefully then you're like, oh, okay, that explains why he was so vague about the whole thing.
You don't owe anybody anything.
I had a feeling you'd
Besides,
come back
and you're
just-
supposed to have. I know. I had to chime in on that because you're not only allowed but expected to have a life outside of this, and that's good.
Yeah.
And if we get to share in any of your coolness, then that's our benefit.
Well, I do want you to share in, and also you'll want to share in. Be some good shit. But yeah, go back to doing what you're doing.
Into it and became one instead of a cheese pizza with toppings on it. Check out the bubbles over here, yo. Good work on the fermentation. The bottom is evenly baked with little charred spots all over. It's dripping grease. Some people don't like it, but I prefer it because I can relate. Once folded over.
The only reason you're dripping grease is because you're eating pizza with someone's bloody grease. I was really blessed. I didn't really had that much way of like spots. I'd say I didn't have spots, but there was few and far. I think the most I ever had once on my forehead was like 2. Give me a pizza that is not dripping oil. I will always remember. The day before going over to New York one time, I went into a pizza place in Dublin and got a slice of pizza, pepperoni, and it was ringing with grease, just ringing as fuck. Go over to New York. First day I'm wandering around up near Times Square, go into a pizza place, get a slice of pepperoni, sit down, tap it out, then one drop of the stuff hits the plate. And I knew then, yeah, okay, you know what the
I
fuck
see
you're doing.
minimal floppage, which leads to a perfect delivery into my mouth. Let's give it a taste and rate it 1 through 10.
Damn.
It's a perfectly executed pepperoni pizza with the added complexity from the jalapeno and the sweet hot honey. 8.8 out of 10. It's just a little bit soggy. I usually don't eat the crust, but look how beautiful this is. I should have pizza for breakfast more often.
That's true.
So Grand Street Pizza is located on Grand Street and they sell pizza. You're welcome for the information. This is my personal favorite. I come here every Thursday. Super cozy, more like a neighborhood spot. Every place in
I also
Manhattan
like how
uses
a lot of
these
them are
gas
bars
points.
too.
If you want real wood fire pizza, you're gonna have to go down to Brooklyn, which is something I'm too lazy to do. People from all walks of life come here to drink and have pizza. I guess relative to morality, human nature is more grounded by love of pizza. The best part of Grand Street is that they give you unlimited Mike's Hot Honey. If you bring a few slices of
I
jalapeno
don't
put
know
on
about
top,
that.
you can make the Hot Boy from Scar's Pizza. With bigger portions of toppings, we're gonna have
That's
to
a
call it the Fuckboy. Look at its
big-
beauty in natural sunlight. I can see my
That's a
reflection
big
on top of
slice.
those mini pools of grease inside those Roni cups. It really projects the self-loathe as I'm about to shove it down my throat. Look at this crust. This is what I call perfectly charred. I guess the ovens here are hotter than the last place. As I'm folding it over, the crust is so airy and crispy, which is always a good sign. And look at this, zero floppage. I'm about to display emotion, so I apologize. I've never had a pizza that was crispy throughout, even the tip. Usually after like 30 seconds out of the oven, the sauce would have already soaked the crust. But this is different. This is like cheesy pepperoni goodness on a piece of crispy paper. And you see the edges of those pepperoni got a little crunchy too. This is definitely my best slice in New York City, ironically being the closest to my house. It's great for people watching too. You should check this place out. But don't crowd this place on Thursdays, please. Look, they're already ready for Christmas. Didn't want to walk all the way to Prince Street, so I ordered Uber Eats. I guess the holiday season is upon us because this feels like opening up.
36 quid. That'd be like what, 30 something euro? Yeah. Yeah, I get that. I mean, I know it's square, so already it's committing blasphemy for a pizza, but yeah.
Present. Always a great feeling to get a freshly baked pie from Prince Street. The style is significantly different from the two other places. I think this pizza identifies
I do like the
as
tiny
a Sicilian
pepperonis.
sheet
That's a nice
pizza.
touch.
Delivery took longer than I expected, so the bottom got a little soggy. I'm gonna have to heat it up in the oven later.
That
Such a
pizza
great
looked
idea
horrible.
to overload the pizza with pepperoni. Even a greater idea to bake them till they form
Not like the whole
cups.
Mike's
Because of the
hot
style, the
honey
crust
thing
is
he was
thicker,
doing
but it's
there,
still
but
perfectly baked. A little
look
charred
how
on the edges.
thick
So let's
it
see what it
is.
tastes and rate it
Jesus.
1 to 10.
That's constipation. That is just pure constipation.
I had to reclaim my property there. While this particular slice is not that great, just because how soggy it is, but at its prime, it should have a thick but flavorful crust, topped with spicy tomato sauce that pairs perfectly with the greasy Roni cup. To save the day, I'm gonna have to have it
If
my
it's not in a
favorite way,
bowling alley,
the
it
WAP,
looks like it's out
which
of its
stands
natural
for
environment.
Wine and pizza. With a glass of semi-sweet Riesling, it elevated the experience to a
You
9.1.
fucking
Most of the time, I prefer
tool.
the real WAP.
Get yourself
which
some
stands
real
for
wine.
Wings and pizza. What a great day of eating. Let's clean up this kitchen and we'll learn a few methods of homemade pizza. Let's start with the dough, which you can use for all types of pizza. 2 1/4 teaspoon of instant yeast. Bloom it in 1 3/4 cup of warm water. Should be around 110 Fahrenheit. Give it a quick mix with the Ligma fork and let it sit on the counter for about 15 minutes. You should see the yeast bubbling up.
See, Cobes? This is how yeast is actually
After that,
meant
we'll
to
add
be
2
used.
tablespoons of olive oil, 2 teaspoons of salt, and 2 cups of flour. We're doing 4 cups in total, but doing 2 cups at a time makes it easier to mix when you don't have a stand mixer. Knead it by hand till it's pliable. It's okay if it's a little wet. In a separate bowl, we'll pour in half a cup of olive oil. Let the dough rest in the oil covered overnight. While we wait for the dough, let's make a spicy pizza sauce. Chopping the onions as fine as possible because I don't have a blender.
I've been
Texture's
actually
gonna
making
be
a
little
pasta
rough,
sauce
but
that uses Madras sauce for like a curry. And it's really nice on its own to the point where, I'm not gonna lie, you don't need cheese. The cheese and the butter actually take away a little bit. So what I'm thinking of doing tomorrow, I still have tons of pasta. I might make 2 bowls of different sauce. One, cheese sauce, a standard garlic butter, red mature cheddar mix. And on the other, tomato puree, Madras, black pepper tossed in, a little drops of oil in both cases, just to basically expand it out more and mix it together into it's nice and smooth, and pop them in the fridge. And then whenever I'm making pasta, I can choose between one or the other. Or if I really want to fuck things up, I do a little bit of A, a little bit of B, pour it together, and then I don't know, sit on the toilet for 3 hours afterwards, because my God, that's going to take some time to pass. That Madras sauce is really nice.
Mouth is used to roughness.
All I
This can
will
has a
say
nice
is that they have
personality.
little bits of pepper in it, so it creates a little bit of a mess. I would have pureed the living shit out of that sauce, but you know, mine is may vary.
We'll stir in a tablespoon of tomato paste. Once it starts to caramelize, we'll pour in the whole tomato. To season, we'll do oregano, black pepper, chili oil,
years
and
to
salt.
realize
You
you
can
need
do
to have
whatever you
both the
want. Now for
paste and
smooth
the
texture, we'll
tomatoes.
mash it up with a Ligma fork. After it simmers for 15 to 20 minutes,
There's a real
time
way
to
to
take
get
it to
the
the next level. We'll take the
thickness.
confit garlic and puree it through a fine sieve. I didn't add it earlier because you really shouldn't heat up garlic after it's cooked. Or at all, really. Mix it all in and our sauce is done. After resting a whole night in the fridge, our dough has developed a lot of interesting flavors. Now make sure you oil up the sheet pan really well. Put the dough directly on top and start spreading it. You're gonna feel a little bit of resistance because it's still cold. That's why we're gonna cover it and let it rest for another hour. Now I'm gonna go into my bedroom to grab our last ingredient.
Come. It's come. With him, it's always
I couldn't find pepperoni, but this got truffle in it, so it must be good. You guys know how much I love individually packed sausages. Once we cut as thin as possible, we can start the assembling process. Start by giving the dough one last spread to reach all the corners. Layer in the tomato sauce, don't
I'm
go
too busy
overboard, you
now
just
to
need to
do
lightly
it
brush it. Some
this
pecorino
week,
romano,
but
some
I
mozzarella.
was thinking of
Arrange
making
the
a loaf of
quote-unquote
bread.
pepperonis on there so it doesn't
That's
look
been a long
vegetarian.
while.
Before it goes into the oven at maximum heat,
I
we
normally
gotta
make a
bless it with my
scone, though.
never-ending
That's the
red
problem.
pepper. I'm doing 475 because that's the highest
Just a
it can go.
huge,
But if you
long,
can do 500,
flat scone. It's nice, but I was aiming for bread. But instead I get this sort of great accompaniment with a cup of tea, you know. Slice off bits of that all day.
that would be
I'll
better.
get back to my diet eventually. Shut up.
This is after 10 minutes. We gotta bake it for another 5. After a total of 15 minutes in the oven,
Ooh.
everything's golden and beautiful. Cheese all bubbled up without separating.
Ooh,
The
that
crust
came off
should be
good.
crispy and nicely charred.
Yep.
Honestly, if you don't look at the other side, it looks really legit. You know how much I love the centerpiece, but unfortunately it's extremely soggy and kinda sad. I think we should give it another try with a new method, but let's give it a taste and radio entertain.
I thought that I've been hurt before.
I'm starting to believe that texture is more important to a pizza than flavors. I feel like I'm eating a piece of soaked bread with cheese. Maybe baking it directly on a pizza
That is
steel
very
or
accurate.
transferring it to a wired rack halfway would solve the problem. To get a crispier crust and an easier process, let's try out this 1 hour long pizza recipe. I learned this recipe from Brian Lagerstorm. Also saw a similar one on tasty.com. Since there's no resting, we're using beer to enhance the yeasty flavor. 150 grams
Yeasty
warmed up to
boys.
about 90 degrees Fahrenheit. 8 grams of instant yeast is a lot more than usual because we want to speed up the process. A teaspoon of sugar, 2 teaspoons of salt, 2 tablespoons or 13 grams of olive oil, and finally 240 grams of all-purpose flour. The recipe calls for bread flour, but it's called all-purpose for a reason. Cover and rest for 15 minutes, and then do some stretching and folding. You can do it however you like. We're just trying to develop some gluten. It's not that deep. Cover and rest for another 15. This piece is going to be completely done in the pan. When the dough doubles in size, we'll put it directly in an oiled up skillet. Spread it out as much as possible. This dough might be too big for this 10-inch pan, so I'm switching to a 12-inch one. Missing a couple inches might not be a problem for me in real life, but it is a problem here. Now the assembling process is pretty much the same as before. A layer of sauce, sprinkle of pecorino.
I like how he
couple
always
slices
belittles himself, and it heavily implies that he prefers the company of men, which means that he's probably a subby little baka. a little squeeze toy for his daddy Dom. He is, I believe, the parlance is a bottom bitch.
Nothing wrong with
monster, 'cause I
that.
need to get
Nothing
rid of
wrong
it. The
indeed.
mozzarella, you want to sprinkle some towards
That
the edge of
explains
the
why
pan
he's such a
too,
good
so
provider
it gets
with all
nice
his
and crispy.
food.
And finally, bless it with my never-ending
Right?
raclette and pepperoni. Into the oven at maximum heat for about
I'm
18
just picturing
minutes.
him in some trad wife outfit. Like a big sundress.
The floppy hat.
Yeah.
Now to solve the problem of a soggy crust that we had earlier, we're gonna put it on fire for a few minutes. Hopefully it'll crisp it up.
That's stuck on.
5 minutes should be enough. We'll rest on a wired rack. At this point, the bottom
Go
should be
wake
nicely
up the
charred.
gimp.
Maybe a little too charred.
Yeah,
Cheese is
well now
nicely
he's done the
golden.
reverse.
Edges
That's like
got
a
little
really like a borderline impossible to eat pancake, you know?
crispy. This pan pizza is starting to look like the real deal. Before I cut into it, let's sanitize it with Instagram.
What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hot.
Once again, I've seen better cooked food in the UK. Oof. Disappointment that pizza looks like more fun in life. It's disappointing that pizza looks like it had more fun in its life than you. Even Papa John wouldn't claim you as a song after that. Can't cook a frozen pizza and then pretend you made it.
I got options.
I was gonna say that I've seen better frozen pizzas in my dollar store. Pimples after eating oily for a week. Stolen from a local school lunch cafeteria. New frisbee design is dropped.
Everyone who makes a shitty comment should be required to attach their better pizza picture to their comment.
No, he actually asks for that on his Instagram. He wants the worst.
I know, I'm
takes,
teasing.
yeah.
I'm just, that's why they're doing it. It's
Yeah.
fun.
It's a game they
I
play.
would still eat the shit out
He
of that
is
pizza.
a fucking subby baka after all. He likes to be belittled. Well, he's a dirty boy.
See, I'm not into degradation. He can keep that one.
I like the idea of turning things like you're a little slut, aren't you, into a positive rather than a negative. So
Right. Oh, yeah. No, like, if it's cheeky, fine. But I mean, like, actual, like, you know what I'm talking about. Like, that shit can get deep in the
I've
scene.
turned them into literal cattle, and they want that. Like, so you know, mileage may varies on the, but when I call someone a breeding bitch, and they kind of want me to keep on doing that, then
Sure,
I
that's
know.
different than writing it across their, like, you know, naked body and parading them through the street on a leash.
Never liked that. I've never liked that idea. The whole sort of black marker, yeah. Or if you're black, they use chalk. Which is like it's just no. I'm good for that shit. I do like the idea of a personalized collar. This is something
No,
like
sure.
that.
Look, naughty talk and stuff between the actual like people involved, fine. But, and I'm not saying there's. I mean, if you're into public displays of whatever the fuck, have at it. As long as you're within your
That's
law.
my
Like, it's just not for me.
Why does it need? It doesn't need to be public. That's the thing. Like,
Well,
if you want.
I always just assumed that they were actually in some area that, like, I don't know, is that really the actual public around, or that those are people that are there for that, pretending to be the public?
I
don't know.
Wait. We're going to need some context on this before we go on. So we are talking about, like, for example, the collar and leash sort of guy walking into the store. Because in that
Does
one,
that happen, like, for real?
That happened
over
in
in
real
Europe?
life.
Like,
He
do
got
people do
arrested.
that?
But the couple got arrested for that.
See, and that's what would happen if you did that when it wasn't just for, like, some kink fantasy
The
camera
ones
thing.
that actually do turn the cameras on, yeah, sometimes.
Though
if
I
it's
did
like
hear about some protesting that involved face sitting over in your neck of the woods.
Yeah, I remember.
That was
hearing-
amusing.
yeah. I also remember in was that Belgium? Was that Belgium that did that? Where
I thought it
they
with the face sitting.
Yeah, no, that was the UK.
I thought that was UK.
Yeah. I remember now. Belgium was the embargo on sex. No women will have sex with their partners until new government is declared. However, get this: the ancient Greeks during the Peloponnese War between Athens and Sparta, there was a play that literally had that as a plot. The wives and the daughters and the sisters of the Greek armies were sick of all the men that they loved dying, so they said, "You're not going to have sex with us until you make peace." And for the rest of it, as the men folk justify constantly to their wives about how they are like it's right that they're fighting, they have these giant erections at all times that they're trying to cover up with like their shields and their helmets. And at the end of it, they're like sitting down at like a peace table with like helmets dangling off in between their legs. You know, like,
I mean, it's silly and true, but like at the same time, like back then, most of the, you know what I mean, like at a certain period in time, like that was a woman's political power.
Yeah, it's about all she could.
That's what you had. It was the only voice you had.
That's
the only voice men cared about.
You were in a position enough where he couldn't just outright just rape you. Get away with it.
Oh,
like,
see,
a
the
slave
thing is,
wouldn't have been able
when
to get away with
when
that.
you're good at what you do, sure, you can take what you want, but you'd rather have it the way I could give it
That's
to you.
literally a line in Cleopatra.
Definitely passed the sound check.
Elizabeth.
Right, a woman had to know her lore
one.
and know what it's worth and make sure to build that value. You can't be cheap with it.
Now check out the cheese pull.
I kind of like that cut. That's a good cut. I like the way he sliced that.
Terrible cheese
Stop trying
pull.
to. What is he trying to?
He's trying to do a cheese pull, but it's too crispy for that. Like
it looked like a teenage boy trying to find the
a little
right
darker
parts.
than expected, but just like me, once it goes black, it never goes
It does
back.
look like a really thick
taste
pancake underneath.
Can confirm though, if that was made at home, would still eat it. See?
100%. Yeah.
The texture's way better, very crunchy, and the inside is soft, chewy, and airy. The couple layers of cheese impose a lot of complex flavors.
Someone's trying to
pretty much a
ban
midpoint
faces.
between a thin New York pizza
Yeah,
and a Chicago
it's Slender
deep
Man.
dish. Both were made before. If you're interested, check them out. Overall, I'm very pleasantly surprised by this pan pizza method. I'll give it a 9 out of 10. It's quick and easy to make, and it's really
pizza's
delicious.
pan?
Give it a try if you want.
Respect.
I said in the last video that I'll be taking a break for a while.
You telling me that
After
Pizza Hut
around,
should
I
be
realized
like?
I actually feel much better when
Pizza Hut should be a lot of things, like maybe have personality in their restaurants. Do you remember what they used to look like? Used to be cool.
It would be. We used to go there for pizza parties as kids, and I never even liked the pizza, but I liked going to Pizza Hut. They had toys and shit too.
I remember a claw machine in one of our... No, actually, I take it back. That was in the same area where the Pizza Hut was, but the Pizza Hut itself, over here, believe it or not, was a pretty nice and kind of upscale to a degree place where you'd sit down for pizza. Like it was, you wouldn't get dressed up for it, but it would be a sort of like the way Olive Garden tries to present itself and fails to. That's how we used to see Pizza Hut over here. And then I'd go over.
Really, I have to see. Yeah,
Go on.
that's. So it was like, see, but even then, like you were talking about the other thing, like they did have clever locations too. Like even here, I would assume maybe it was the same thing there. Like it was always in like the little shopping squares, like things where there were other things for like that would attract kids, so that like it would be cool. Like a parent is just like, yeah, I'll bring you here because then like you can run through this store and it keeps you busy and that whatnot afterwards and like make a whole ordeal out of it. Like they were smart with their locations. Minus 20 for no pizza roller. Look. What if he had one of those rocker slicers, man? Like for a pizza that small, I would have used the rocker slicer.
Oh yeah, I like those. The sort of.
Mine's not big enough for a real pizza, so I still have to use this like the rolling slicer for that. But...
Oh no!
Oh, that chick frightens me.
Eugenia. Oh, but it's an hour long. Obviously, we're not gonna watch that. First, we'll see what this is all about. It's like he's like Dirt's lame brother.
pretty sure.
What do you mean you're a pickup?
I'm a pickup. I'm pretty sure I can.
Get
I
off
can
here.
disgusting scum of the earth. 5 seconds. I know I can do it. I can prove it to you.
Look at him. He thinks he's fucking the guy Christian Bale played in American Psycho. Like he thinks that he's suave, and they literally just say ew.
I can prove it to you. Is there something that you like?
No, I don't.
Like what do you like? You do not like
Dude. Look at him, he turns, they never know how to deal with it, so they always turn away and... Pickup artists are the final bosses of cringe.
Alright, are you having some issues with attracting people? Well, we've got the masters.
I'm not going to do Eugenia, because only reason we're not going to do Eugenia is because it was like a 1 hour long video. I'm good for seeing Eugenia. Every once in a blue moon I check in on her because it's always good to remind us that one day we will die and be skeletons. And Eugenia is a lich. If liches existed, they'd look like Eugenia.
She's like my soul, a smiling skeleton.
I honestly, when I look at her, I'm thinking like, she's a skeleton who's in college and she's going out on the town. So she's kind of like a party girl skeleton.
Professor.
Spring break skeleton.
Feel it.
The scholars of attraction. We're gonna look at some pickup artists today. I don't know if you've ever been curious about these guys, but I definitely was at a point in my life. And this is a cringe compilation made by Cringe Planet, as you see on your screen. Thank you for compiling this, sir. Let's get into it. Alright, so...
Oh, well, in that case, I don't need you at all, is it? Cringe Planet. Pickup artist. Ah. Pickup artist cringe compilation 2017. Here. Worst pickup artist on TikTok. Pickup artist. You see, this is the thing. Everyone's already gotten the source raw. Is that XQC? So I guess we will just go to the source directly. How many of these are... is that Shabisky? Oh. Oh, it's the hat. It put me off. Fat Joker. No. Alright, I'm getting distracted. Here, this is from 2016.
Hi. You love London?
I do.
I'm Daniel.
Nice to meet you.
Those are two things that are exactly equivalent. You like London? Yeah, I'm Daniel.
I like you.
Why?
Oh my god, is this guy on the spectrum? He sounds like Ed from Ed, Ed and Eddie. Buttered toast.
You look very, like, I'm attracted to you.
Thank you.
Do you like me?
I don't know you.
I don't know you either. Is this creepy or?
Yeah.
A tad.
I like
Why are you recording?
Because it was very hard for me to talk to girls when I was growing up and like.
Oh my god. It's very hard to talk to girls as a rule because you often think that they want your do for things. They do. It's not. It's this. Don't do this. If you can't do this, you're off to a good start, and you went and did this. You're off to a bad start. A very bad start.
Very recently until I changed.
That's just weird. That'd be super red flaggy.
And so,
this is so
now I
creepy.
have way less
and
anxiety.
This is quaint. Like, this is
I
maybe
can
10
like
years
talk to
old
anyone I want.
now.
It's so fun. like, it's
Nowadays, he'd be just calling her a slut straight away.
Didn't know you could be this happy, like talking
That's
to people.
probably why she was asking about the
Yeah.
camera, because
That's why you record your conversation.
so many people want to record their
because there's a
nasty
lot of
reaction
people,
to some
guys,
bitch's
who are in the
rejection.
same boat as I was.
Oh,
like,
did you
that
see the guy from like 2 or 3 years ago? He was like in a car park with a woman, and he turned him down. He just took out some pepper spray and hit her right in the eye.
Oh, that's sick.
You're scared?
Yeah.
Like, how many guys...
that's a great way to deal with
approach you
rejection
like,
there,
in
man.
person?
That's why people get afraid when they see
Other than, like,
cameras,
homeless
because they
people
assume
asking
you're going to
for
do
spare
something
change.
weird.
Hell, let's get wilder. Like, this is why for the longest time women have had to put the fake smile on whenever they're talking to men, because like they always have to pretend to
Yep,
be
and then they want to
nice.
mix it. But you were nice to me, so clearly that was a signal that I'm wanted. Like, no, that was me trying to be polite and get the fuck away from you.
Because I don't know if you have a knife or you're gonna take my head and slam it off against a wall. Like, are you currently in possession of a knife, there, King Cobra JFS?
Hey, none.
None?
Yeah, because I've been in
Buffalo Bill yes.
I like you so much.
The sound to the voice, the hair, all of
like
it.
you.
That's so on point.
Yeah.
Like, I'm
Give
getting
me
like,
back my
on.
precious.
Like, my dick's getting hard right now.
Would you fuck me?
Okay, that would be
Sorry,
out.
fuck.
Yeah, I'd be like, you know what? Fuck you, dude. Get out of my face.
Because I say
really?
what's on my mind. I don't
I like the other
overanalyze
girls.
things.
Like, they were just like, get
You
the
know?
fuck away
It's
from me, you
I feel so
freak.
free.
You're scum of the earth.
This is awesome. This is so awesome.
Well, I totally understand the need to speak your mind and like the need to.
He does not want to be there.
I don't
right
don't
now.
validate this. Don't validate this behavior at all.
Of respect and appropriateness that
Yeah.
has to be taken into
Yeah.
consideration.
Yeah, I know. Like, it's so epic though. These videos, like, they love them.
Epic.
People love them. But there's a lot of
Oh,
hate
he's
involved.
talking like Kendall. Ugh.
So, but it's like, I know. I mean, I'm not breaking any laws.
Oh, I have to say that. I'm not breaking them. You could have a police officer right here, right now, and I know what I've been told about laws, and I am not breaking them. That's a normal thing to say, right? While he's saying it, you should have seen a warm patch forming in his pants.
Oh my god! I like want to like touch you right now. Like, I want to be all over you, you know?
Oh!
Like red on that cup, like red on that heart, you know? Like
No.
rice, you know? Wow.
Rice? And she's-
how
is she Asian?
Just acting right now is very calm compared to most people. Like, most people like just ignore me or
You
like, get
don't
out,
give
like,
them
like,
an
stop
inch,
recording me and stuff.
take from them a
But you're,
mile.
like, very.
Then they take even longer to get
I
back
like
to you.
girls. I mean, there was one the other day that same thing, right? Was able to just talk calmly, you
He's
know?
clearly like, and that's why she was off put to begin with, because he's clearly trying to create a problem, and he's used to people reacting badly because he knows what he does is shitty. So basically, like, what is this? Is this incel 101? Like, look, women made me feel uncomfortable, so I'm going to get in the space of every attractive woman I see and return the favor because they won't sleep with me. Get a life.
Yeah, this is why I think sometimes physical violence is not joyous, but it is a it's like a good Protestant work ethic, you know. Killing is not a good thing, but like any task, it can be performed and be performed well. Well, you don't need to kill
Sometimes
these
a good
motherfuckers.
punch in the mouth is
Yeah.
like really instructional.
Especially because a lot of these guys have never even had like a hug, let alone a punch. So they're kind of like they
you
wouldn't
can
know
tell
how to
they
deal
talk
with that.
like they've never been punched in the mouth for running their mouth.
Right,
Well,
like,
you know
like,
what changes that?
You know what you never see?
Five-finger
You never
sandwich.
see these guys in like really rundown ghetto neighborhoods. Like you wouldn't see them in like fucking Fishtown, would you? like 2 a.m, going around like
Ugh.
to a bunch of tweaker girls, like
Philly
hookers.
dudes have better game than this. Even the kids have better game than this.
There are Philly incels. You know it. I know it.
I'm sure there are now. I've never run into one thing, but
Hey, if we still manage to pull March off, just because the shit is happening next month does not mean that's not off the table. It's less likely.
we could always do it some other time too. If we have to.
Absolutely, yeah. It's not written in stone. We could be out and about, and you could get a pickup artist, or you could get. You know what? I think you'd enjoy a pickup artist more than an incel, because a pickup artist, like, you can toy with them, and incel.
They're clever, and if you fuck with them back, they're usually good-hearted about it.
Well, no, they're normally
sure.
trained to how to back off as they see gracefully. In reality, they are saying the worst shit about you under their breath. Like
I don't know.
like,
I've made
it's
friends out of pickup artists. Like, you just have to make them laugh, you know? Yeah, absolutely.
But
absolutely.
don't they think that, like,
you have to be
make...
clever back? If you can step to that game and bring the same energy, you take a shit moment to a moment of mutual respect, and sometimes a new friend. Hey, sometimes more.
Wow, so ironically,
but you have to make sure to show them how their game is supposed to work.
Oh, so you train, you inform the artist.
I out pickup artist the pickup artist.
Well, that's a respectable hustle.
But then you know how I am when it comes to the behind closed doors, so it all washes out, it balances.
But the incel is a different beast altogether. Not really.
Oh, I would just humiliate that thing.
Yeah.
I would just humiliate those.
And here's
and make
another
sure
one
that there were
here.
plenty of people to witness and laugh.
So you just tell me, Ollie? Okay, thank you.
Me speak little Thai.
You can speak Thai?
Little.
A bit?
Sawadika, Kapunka, and Arroy.
Yeah, that's right. So you come here alone?
Yeah.
Look, stop being uncomfortable, turn around, see that
speak good
specimen
English.
behind you, walk him over, and then start, like, showing him on the man that he would be jealous of what a man should look like. I bet he turns the camera off.
Oh, give him the whole body maxing thing where, like, you black
Right? Like,
pill him.
go grab dude in the background and be like,
Yeah.
can I borrow you for a moment? Look at this chest. Do you look like this, sir? What makes you think that you could step to me? Because it's not really about looks, but if he wants to be shitty about it, oh, I can be shitty.
Oh, incels, pickup artists, MGTOWs, they all, like, blackpilling usually results in a gun in their own mouth. Like, they treat themselves as disgusting, even if they're, like, the most normal. You know what? I'm not a big fan of them, but how Dream was treated when he did the face reveal from motherfuckers who were pissed off that the girls that they like wanted to fuck Dream. And then they see that Dream isn't this fucking giga chad with, like, a jawline you could cut diamonds with and, like, 8 foot tall and shit. But he's just a dude. They lost their shit. Now, I don't like Dream for a lot of reasons, but his looks is petty as shit. And also weird because he's not unattractive. He's not attractive. He's not like, ooh, he stands out from the crowd. In fact, he's pretty fucking normal looking.
Even the weirdo, is that the weirdo that films in the woods? That weirdo also
No,
is not
that's,
terribly unattractive.
yeah,
but
that's, one of the
it's
Paul
whatever that
brothers.
fucking shit coming out of his mouth is that makes women probably not want him because he's not an unattractive male. I've seen plenty of dudes that are
Howard Clark
way
no,
bigger,
Howard
less
Clark,
physically symmetrical,
Marshall Matters
less
the
going
Fourth.
on.
That's the guy you're talking about, the one with the dead eyes and he strangles puppies.
Yes, but it's right. It's the way he communicates. He's not socially. It's not his looks. It's like it's so crazy to me because I've seen plenty of, like, I mean, big boys, not even necessarily attractive in the face, people with scars all over, tattoos and shit, and it doesn't matter. Like, it's all about who you are. Like, but when you're some weird shithead that goes
I've
around
shown
with
him around and
I expect to just have pussy fall in my lap, and if it doesn't, I'm gonna be angry at the world.
oh, the worst part of the worst thing. Did you ever see? I'll show you if you haven't. His take on fart porn. Like, he wants a girl. Okay, so you didn't see this. I don't know if anyone
No, wait,
re-uploaded it. Marshall Matters the Fourth. Marshall.
Oh, I think I remember something about that somewhere. Him talking about being
Matters.
farted on. Like, is that serious, or is he just saying weird things because he ran out of weird things
Hold
to
on.
say?
Fart.
Oh wait, why is he
Fart.
weird looking?
Because he's weird looking.
Is that what he looks like without all the facial hair and hair?
Yep.
What
Okay,
happened?
so
Oh, that's
so here's the thing. Yeah. So this guy, right? He had this video.
His shirt is buttoned all the way up too. That's not a good sign either. Just so you know, fellas, like for most relaxed women, having that top buttoned without a tie on is a red
like
flag.
a white nationalist in a cult.
If you're not Amish, unbutton the button.
He looks like an enemy you're gonna shoot at in Far Cry 5. You know,
in the woods.
Yeah, like. But here's the thing. All right, I'll explain it to you. He said he wants a virgin. He wants a virgin trad wife, who will not have even kissed a man, let alone do anything else. Standard stupid incel shit, right? It doesn't stop there though.
Is that why he's out in the woods? He thinks he's gonna find some, like, you know.
No, he has nowhere
bitch.
to go. Like, that's the thing. He lives out in the most really remote part of bumfuck nowhere. But here's the thing. He then says he wants that same girl to fart on his food, fart in his face, shit on him, so he can eat it. And I have to be very careful how I say this shit because I have drank a lot of whiskey and I don't want to start feeling sick. Basically, he's into scat, a whole lot of scat.
All right.
And he doesn't see a problem between a pure virginal, basically Virgin Mary, Madonna-esque sort of, the Madonna-esque sort of.
Did you find Mama JF? Poorly.
What? Actually, I don't think I've seen him. I don't think I've seen this era of him. Oh, he's spooked.
Oh my
no, this
God,
is
the bug
him.
eyes.
No, this is him being spooked.
No, the bug eyes. He needs that hair. He needs all that hair back.
Yeah,
to
no,
hide
he's being
those bug
spooked.
eyes.
By the way, this is all right. So he ended his channel and he started a new one, and I think it's called the Black Pill Joker. And yes.
See,
that's what he looks like
one.
now. That's what he looks like now.
That's what I'm used to seeing, is that thing.
Yeah, but that's what he always looked like.
And
the
he's
bald
not
version.
an unattractive dude. He's just weird and says weird shit. And I used to have such a hard time believing that these people were real, but they're everywhere. And now, like, I run into them at the store. I don't like going out because people like that talk to you.
It looks
it's
like a
weird
meth
that they really
lab.
exist.
Even his banner is weird. What the fuck?
That's why it's always like, this has to be. They can't be real. This is
a real guy.
I know it's a real person, but is that what he's like when he's not on camera?
Yes.
It breaks my soul.
There's so
Tell
much
me it's all
lore.
fake.
It's not. In fact, if anything, he lost his job because he didn't like the idea. At first, he actually had a job and he was very cool with it. And he said, hey, I might even drop this whole black pill shit because it doesn't seem to be lining up to what I'm experiencing in real life.
Is that actually his channel, or is that somebody just putting his stuff up?
And he's already
Why does it only
deleted
have one
this
video?
too. Because he deleted it. There's so much lore here. Like, he's deleted all this shit that he had out. And some of this was like, as Ben Pye puts it, he actually does need to be reported. He gives strong, I'm going to shoot up a school vibes. Like, he has very creepy, I am armed and I want to kill you. The only emotion he ever shows is rage. And it's very rare when it comes out. I'm scared of this man. I have always been scared.
What are we doing to our kids? Why are people growing up like this?
Marshall Mathers.
Oh man.
Fourth. Incel case study, Marshall Mathers the fourth.
Gross.
And you know what I wish? I don't need to know all women. I don't even need to know most to know that the nature of women, of females, is pure evil. It really is.
All right, ladies, don't judge all men by this clown, because he doesn't represent them all.
No.
Just because he's judging all of you by whatever shitty perception he's had of the rejections that he's endured. Yes.
Oh, he hasn't actually endured. He said it himself. He's never had much more of a passing interaction with any woman except for his own mother.
She must be a cold, cold, mean bitch to have turned out a son like
Apparently,
this.
his parents have both told him that they wish he was never born.
Their
Probably
instincts,
part of the problem.
their
Yeah.
nature.
There's
is
layers
just
to this.
almost always prone to be wicked.
But it's all rotten all the way down. It's fucked up.
Deceitful and immoral.
Alright, so here's the crux of the matter. Animosity. I think we're all familiar with anger, but when it's this generalized, it's a problem. Not to mention, women aren't the only group of people that he has a negative perspective of.
When it comes to being a normal guy, normal men don't have to like put up with or deal with or have to just suffer emotion.
He looks like a fucking serial killer at an 80s slasher.
He's probably a serious narcissist for a mother. It sounds like his father is completely degraded by his mother constantly, and he hates his mother. His mother hates him.
If you are already a normal man,
that's a horrible family dynamic.
That pressure and
I would make him cry.
expectation is only going to do one thing for you. It's going to benefit you. It's going to help you. It's going to push you to the point to want to
This boy needs a
succeed
serious
in your
Goodwill
life,
Hunting moment.
to want to be motivated, to want to be driven.
He's serious. He's, if anything, it'd be more dangerous.
He needs a real man to be like, it's not your fault,
game
son.
situation by the looks of it. Like, people wake up in this wood and he'll just be hunted for sport. He'll hunt them for sport, you know? Like, he is... After the apocalypse and the zombies break out, he'd be one of those cannibal cults in the woods, you know? God, can you imagine if he was one of the crossed? He might not even transform into a cross because he's already that crazy.
Right? Yeah, I was gonna say. Shit.
Does remind me though. Fatal
That would be a
Walter.
good test of how far gone somebody is.
Yeah, can you
Hey everyone.
Do you
Wait a
resist
minute.
infection?
I think I've already watched this. Shit. We can't watch. There's the Supreme Gentleman. Oh no, we haven't. But
Everyone, my name's Walter, and we're back here once
yes,
again
we
with
have.
more posts from Reddit.
It's Rev. We watched this shit. EJ.
Yeah, when you start it over, it restarts the little bar.
Jealous of her friends. A nice guy from Reddit. Yeah. So Walter's pretty. Walter's good because he has like a lot of like really interesting shit, but he also has like a secondary channel, doesn't he? I'll be back momentarily, but I'm finally in the ocean. Good for him. Walter's Walter and actually let's have a look at one of Walter's best videos. More neckbeards from Reddit. Dating Greece gross weeaboo neckbeard. Oh, this is perfect.
Hey everyone, my name's Walter,
This is
and
a
we're
much
back here to
older
read
one.
some more posts and stories from Reddit. Today we're going to be talking about neckbeards, which has been a pretty
3
popular
years ago.
subject lately. Neckbeards are nerdy men who generally have a very high opinion of themselves.
True.
They're often atheists and sometimes like to dress really classy.
It's so weird to me that neckbeards have nothing to do with beards anymore. Is that thing? That one is on your That one wasn't that one on the Bearded Ramblings intro? This picture? No, not that one.
I think so.
that
At
one.
one
Obviously
point,
not
yeah.
required. Hopefully you'll see by the end of the video, so let's just get started with more neckbeards from Reddit.
I think like
We're going
two
to
of
be
these
starting
people
with posts
follow
from
me
Reddit
on
just neckbeard
YouTube.
Is it weird that I, 17 male, masturbate to every girl at school? I
Ah.
am a 17-year-old boy. I am very fat and horrendously ugly. I have never kissed a girl and I am a virgin. I have horrible social anxiety and I feel terror when I have to sit down in classes. Most guys pick on me and most girls have an ew attitude towards me. I have few friends and am never invited to parties, ever. I cannot drink alcohol either due to strict parents. I wank off to the thoughts/fantasies
Wank.
of having sex with most girls in my year group.
Feels like
After a
it's
typical day of school,
Yeah,
I get on
this
the
seems
bus, go home, get some junk
too-
food, lay in
Like
bed, and go
somebody's
to
trying
girls'
to
Facebook
shitty
profiles
describe
and jerk
somebody
off
else.
to their pictures. I do this every day. Then I go on Reddit afterwards all day. Sometimes in school,
It seems like too. It's like a stereotype of a neckbeard or an actual person.
I go to
Like
the
some
toilets
shitty
and
other
wank off to the
teenager
thought of
writing
these
it about
girls.
somebody
The
who
same
actually
girls-
sits next to them, but they know they read the same Reddit threads, so they're trying to be shitty and make them, like, shame them on Reddit.
Yeah, I
by
can
acting
see
like
that.
them.
Yeah.
Who demean me.
That's what that reads like.
I am inferior, yet I can't help but wank to the thought
Now I am gonna XQC this part because I need to pee.
of them. I think there are about 100 people in my year, 6th form, and probably 60 are girls. I am
Wow,
pretty sure I have
that's
wanked off to the
impressive there,
pictures
son.
and thought of every single one
Remember
of
to
them.
stay yourself hydrated. Get
Sometimes
yourself
in
some
classes,
Lucozade.
if I am sat near the window, I will also fantasize and get boners.
That's a lot of lost electrolytes.
Although I like jerking it in the comfort of my own home, doing it in school toilets is more exciting. Girls of Reddit, would this creep you out if you knew someone was doing this to the thought of you? I do it all the time. I think it's how self-deprecating it is that makes it seem fake to me, but I guess there could be a humiliation fetish or something. I guess this kid has been posting
Sounds like
this all
somebody
over
got caught
Reddit, not
jacking
just
off in the
teenagers.
bathroom.
He might just be trying to creep women out with the thought, though. Okay, I might get demonetized for talking about...
Hear what Walter said there, very true. There is a subset of people who like the idea of using, you know, when they say like, say that a woman who has like been a porn star or has just nudes or even just like bikini shots out, and then they're doing like an AMA or something, and someone's like, I masturbated to you. And they do it as a form, they don't do it as a form of compliment, they do it as a form of like, oh, yeah, I have power now over you. Why? How does that give you power over anything?
Chad caught nerdy Jimmy beaten off in the school bathroom and made a Reddit post that he knew he would read to make him feel ashamed.
I hope
about current events, but look at this.
I hope
Incel
Cyanide
Cole
Happiness
Carini blows his
recreates
hands
it.
off with homemade bomb trying to kill hot cheerleaders.
What?
How did I miss this? This guy was already on probation for building a bomb, and he tried to tell the feds his lawnmower exploded on him. But there was evidence all over his grandma's tool shed, including a paper talking about Elliot Rodger. I think this might be worth its own video.
Oh,
Let me know if you'd like me to talk about that in more detail.
Always good. If you see Elliot Rodger, Columbine, or was it Dylan Roof, then yeah, you might wanna you know, get them off the internet and get them into psychiatric care. Like, because before your town is known for a tragedy.
And yes, he spelled Elliot's name wrong. They always do somehow. Hi everyone. I'd like to provide something meaningful and
Elliot
contemplative as an
came
antidote
from
to
a
these
kind of a
turbulent and
fucked up
conflicted
family,
times.
to be honest with you.
I wrote a book last summer in 2 days about my journey and thoughts as a gentleman.
Doesn't justify
The title is called
it.
What Does It Mean to Be a Gentleman? I'd be more than humbled to share this part of my
pretty
story
typical.
and life with anyone interested in reading
Not
this.
exclusive though. You
Please
do
send me a
sometimes
message
hear,
on
like,
Facebook Messenger if you'd like.
serial killers and like mass murderers, cult leaders, and they all come you always say, oh, they must have come from like broken families. You find ones that have like loving families.
Some of them, yeah.
Yeah, and you're like,
Some of them, it is just a weird combination of something that happened in society and the genetics they were born with. Sometimes combinations.
rolling that dice.
And sometimes
It's
it
a free
doesn't have
copy
to
of my
be
book.
abusive. Like
Thank
you
you
can
and wishing everyone blessings
neglect
and
kids with things and
Gotta
not
be a-
realize it, even if you're trying to be a good parent. Like people get things wrong, and you know, we're all human.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, there are no monsters, just people and animals. People, animals, sickness, and nature.
Yep.
Is a volcano a monster? No. Is a hungry wolf a monster? No. Is Hitler a monster? Surprisingly, no. He was a human. The worst human, but still a human. Like we need like some sort of extra Lovecraftian extra dimensional creature to come out of like a tear in reality to have the term monster, you know? Vampires would have to be real.
An actual monster.
Yeah, to be a
People
actual
are just people who live through things and internalize them, and some people do terrible things because
some people
that's how
even
they
know
cope.
that they're evil too. Those are usually absolutely insane motherfuckers, but they know and they don't care if
Yes
they're
and
evil.
no. Some people are just that angry.
Yeah, but then they always have a justification for it. And then there was that guy in like the
Absolutely.
80s who was just like,
Every villain
I
is the
didn't
hero
fucking
of their
care.
own story.
No, I'm thinking of a serial killer in the States in like the 70s or 80s. He had like a mullet, skinny, like Hispanic guy, and he killed people. He just thought it was really fun to do. He praised Satan. He's the guy who gave the little the song to the woman in court. If you ever saw that.
I have to look at it. Some people are genuinely psychotic, though. Like,
Yeah,
they
like
really
100%.
have,
Like
you
he
know what I
was
mean? Like,
absolutely insane, and he even said, "Of course I did it. What's wrong with that? I don't care. I didn't fucking care. It was the only thing that
well,
brought me
if
joy."
you're an actual like a brain scan technical psychopath and you're psychotic, that is frightening. It's frightening. It's a break in the brain. You know what I mean? It is still a normal. They're still a human being. It just some people do not have certain functions of their brain, and when empathy is one that you genuinely lack, the environment you're raised in becomes crucial.
Yeah.
And it just like June Cleaver can still turn out a serial killer because you have to really pay attention to that child's emotional needs carefully because they don't understand them because they don't have empathy. They can't empathize with themselves either.
People are animals, Lev. Yes, we are. But we are also a unique form of animal. Just like I mentioned.
We're a highly conscious, destructive animal.
Yeah, we are a strange one. By the way, I can't show it on stream because of copyright, but go and look at Kirkested's latest video on social media. That's actually a really good take because they're like, you know, we can't really.
I like his videos too. I want to see that. Yeah.
We can't quantify social media as anything that's ever happened before. It's just and it alters our brain waves because our brains aren't built for social media. As a result, it could be a very good idea to simply return to monk in some respects and just get away from the computer, which is good, I think. Just as I said, even if you don't get away from the computer, do something else on it. You know how many of these incel motherfuckers don't even play video games? Like they just spend all day, every day, just like they don't watch movies or TV shows. They just complain. They watch YouTube videos from like The Quartering or some loser like that, and then just go online and complain. And they go to 4chan and complain. And they jack it, and then they go and they repeat the process. And occasionally they get up to eat something, and then they go to bed, and then they repeat the process. And that's life for them. That can't produce a healthy mindset.
Honest, I would like some more
I don't
details
even know how
about
to
that
understand
book,
what
but my
that
Google
would feel
search
like.
didn't bring anything up.
Sad, broken, scary, bitter, raging.
How do you even begin to, though? Like, I can't remember a time where I wasn't. Like, even as a little kid, we went camping. Like, I kind of had to meet people. You had to learn to deal with social, so you were just in them. Like, I don't understand what the hell is happening.
How many of us
very strange.
really know our neighbors? And I don't mean like, are they communist? Are they secretly communist?
Now or when I was a kid?
Now?
I mean, I kind of do now. But I didn't for a long time. Like this more recent move, I've gotten to know people. Like,
Troy, thank you so much for the $5.
Cheers.
Oh, thank you.
I'll pour a shot now and dedicate it to you, Raisin. Very cool.
Oh, thank you.
But
sorry, salad.
Finish the line of thought before we move on, though.
Oh, I was already on to pulling up the Kyrgyzstan video that you were talking about, so I could make sure to not remember. I want to remember to watch it. Like, oh yeah, 6 hours ago. Damn, you're on it.
I'm here. I was here. I was in the shop. Then I was at my bed watching. I watched the DP episode on like Michigan and Ohio, and I passed in and out of consciousness, gone to sleep. But it was like those sort of awkward naps that were only like 10 minutes long at a time, and you wake yourself back up. and then I feel more tired. I'd feel more tired than I was if I hadn't tried to do it in the first place. That's the thing. If you go to sleep, you'll be set to have at least some level of rest. If you try naps, you can always risk making it worse. That's the thing with naps.
Yeah, long sleep too. Like when I oversleep and
REM
sleep
sleep.
for more time than I'm used to, yeah, like I wake up like somehow groggier, even though I've slept for longer. It's weird.
True, but after a while, I find that that kind of dies off a bit if you being active and obviously get yourself a good coffee and not a too heavy of a breakfast. If you're gonna eat like a really heavy breakfast in the morning, you're gonna feel good because it tastes good, and you know your body's like, yay, protein, and then afterwards it's like, now what we were saying earlier about having a full stomach, now it's time to digest that. So instead of you feeling like really up and ready to go, you're more like, you know it. Everyone in chat knows it because we're living it, especially if we get older.
Had my first intercourse with a guy, and he said he was turned off when I didn't bleed.
What?
He legit was expecting a bunch of blood and a big pop, and called me a slut when I said I finger myself. I never would have imagined there are still people who think like that, lol.
Oh, that's...
See, that's how these guys are. They're never satisfied. He got the very specific thing he wanted, sex with a virgin, and it wasn't what he expected, so he blamed her.
Yep.
Probably happens a lot, huh?
All the time.
Okay, let's get to today's story. This story is from Reddit Neckbeard Stories, and the other one. It's a cross post, but I guess the guy is a neckbeard, a nice guy, and a weeaboo all in one, so good.
And a Confederate as well. Also, he has a head like a jug. He's literally a jug head. Oh, and I owe a shot, by the way. To you, Raisin. Thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you for having me. I always have fun. Chat's fun too.
Content for my channel.
Check it out.
My neckbeard romance. I dated a neckbeard / nice guy hybrid for over a year. Hear ye, my tale of woe. When I was in high school, I went through what was the worst breakup of my life. It devastated me, nearly ruined my GPA, and left me feeling like I'd never find love again. Gotta love those teenage emotions.
Yep.
Suffice to say, I was in a vulnerable position, and that position led me into the clutches
He
of the
didn't
most
want to go and
neckbeardy,
see
nice
Taylor
guy
Swift
weeb I
with
have
me.
ever
It's
met
like
to
I
this
never
day.
love again.
For the purposes of this story, let's call him W. W was a friend I had met sophomore year and whom I went to church with. We weren't super close until after my breakup, when we started to flirt casually. W was a self-professed nice guy. He fancied himself the underdog of the world, and he and his nice guy / nerd boy friends were the moral backbone of society. He and the other nerds of this world were truly the oppressed population. Over the years, I've recognized that he truly felt morally superior to everyone else, but at the time, I just thought he was a good dude who really took to heart the issues of the world. I was in the depths of despair and itching for something to help, and W was perfect.
Whatever Walter did with his voice, I actually prefer it now than when this was done. He's a little bit, I'm not a big fan of. He's a much more relaxed, because we've had him on the stream a few times, and he has a much more relaxed way of talking now. When this is happening, he's a bit more, and like Walter is not old, but like he's served in the military and everything. Like he's had an active life, and I'm just thinking like this voice makes him sound like he's like 17.
I don't know if he was nervous at all about how it received when he was first doing it. Like nerves will heighten the voice pitch.
It's so weird though, because that never happened to me once while doing this. From the first one
Well, you like ease into it, like it never seems to bother you. Like even still, like you go away and I'm like do 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 do.
I've said this before. Like I'm up for doing porn. Like I do not give a fuck. Oh well, I suppose in that case I would
you're
literally
like
give
a
fuck.
social breed.
Not the keyword
Like,
breed
I
in
don't
that
know.
case, I suppose.
Oh, I said breed.
Nice,
You did.
sweet, so I thought, kinda cute. Yes, he was in the anime club, and yes, he did in fact have a strange obsession with Nintendo, but it was fine. I should have known, however, that things would get weird when he started to poke me in the stomach during one of our classes. Again, dumb high school shit.
Oh shit!
I would squeak and shove.
This one didn't go through for some reason. But Buddy Boy Blue, just let me see if I can hit it. No, it's not coming true. One more shot for the board. Cheers, brothers. Thank you so much there for the €4.55 there, Buddy Boy Blue.
Thank you.
I think I have it set for under... Yeah, because you didn't swear it. So I think
I think you did raise it to like 5 or something to make it make the noise.
And you know what? That was Billy's doing as well. He got the cheeky idea of sending €1 donations at a time that would constantly set "the body is round" over and over and over and over and over again. So I put a moratorium on that. Aww.
Consequences.
Speaking of consequences, did he cry? Is he crying back there? Your little one, is he crying back there? And if so, go and deal with him. I heard crying.
Yeah, I ran back to tell you, yeah, that kind of already did that. I'll be back.
All right, yeah. Fair enough.
No, I can hear you. It's just, yeah.
Yeah,
the
go on,
mic,
go on.
I may or may not.
Just give us a shout when you're back. That matters. She's got to do mom shit. In the meantime, here's the body is round for you there, man.
The body is round.
There you go. Get a body is round.
This is a test donation for €62.
62 euros. I am so glad I stopped using that weird kid voice. I think that one was called like Ethan, and it's like, oh my god, you sound so kind of awkward, and people would start asking questions of why my voice for donations sounds so creepily like a little kid. I like to game the system. You tried. You took advantage of my generous offer there, Billy. No, I do appreciate it. Alright, last, this is probably going to be the last. I mean, it doesn't have to be, but it's probably going to be the last shot of the evening. Because after Walter, we'll probably watch some sausage, and then maybe call it a night. I'm actually going to do up the pasta one more time. Get a bowl of pasta. I'll pop back on what I was listening to. Getting into Audible as of late. Especially with the Black Friday sales. And some of the authors I'm big into, history-wise, they've released a lot of their books for free. So I've been just going through Simon Shima's work. History of Britain. We've just started the 1700s right now. I think in the 1776, it's an interesting time for Britain and another country. I don't know what country it is. Oh, now I remember. It's Belgium. Belgium's having a great old time. Anyway, just a good old-fashioned cheers. Oh. My stomach's like, hey man, this honey stuff is all well and good, but could you maybe ease off on it a bit? Well, my brain is...
Yeah, the sweet shit kills me.
Yeah, that's the trick that a lot of like teenage girls think they're being smart. Like they try what men consider to be alcoholic drinks, which are like horrible tasting like whiskeys and vodkas and shit like that, and like ew. And then they're like, oh, we should have really sweet drinks with the same level of proof. Honey, you're setting yourself up for disaster. Not to mention the morning after, the amount of dry mouth and hangover that you're going to have going on because you weren't smart enough
that's the part
to down
I hate.
2 paracetamol and a pint glass of water before going to bed. That'll fix all hangovers, by the way. Oh, by the way, I have been drinking. By the way, I have been drinking over the past few days, and this morning I woke up with a tremendous hangover, but I had a whole pack of rashers and some cheese and some wholemeal bread. So I made some bacon sandwiches for the first time in about maybe 4 months. I had a bacon sandwich. And I gotta tell you, that is one of the best bacon, because I was so hungover, my body craved it so much. Oh, like every once in a
because
while.
you're dehydrated.
Well,
It
no,
wants
because
that
then they
salt,
wouldn't.
that
I
salt
wouldn't
so
want
it can
pork.
retain the water.
Well, it'd be the way around, wouldn't it? Like it would.
No, it's the same
dehydrate.
principle as wanting a salt lick.
Hmm?
Isn't it? Like when you're the salt helps you retain water.
All I remember is taking a bite out of it and feeling very good. Didn't even add any sauce to it. It was actually kind of dry in hindsight. I didn't give a fuck. And later that day, Metal Monkey and I went up that day. Went up to we have a McDonald's now in Carrick-on-Shannon, right by the Tesco's where we get our shopping. And as we went in, he mixed breakfast, and he went in. He got himself a bacon sandwich there because he hadn't had it there, and it was the saddest motherfucker I have seen in a while. This thing was flat, and the bacon looked all chewy, and the cheese looked like a Kraft singlet, and it was $5 for the whole thing. And like we looked, even the bags they've made look so cheap looking. Like McDonald's bags used to be these big, fluffy, giant things full of wonderment and diabetes. Now you look at them and they're like sick bags you get in an airplane.
Oh.
It's just everything's getting lamer. Not everything, but like, a lot of things are getting lamer.
It does feel that way.
It does. It does. Back in my day, in some respects, yes, back in my day. There is some truth to it. Back in my day.
Yeah, there always is. But I feel like with these generations right now, it's just such like, it's so weird having gone from like landlines and AIM to where we are now, and the discussions that we're having about like AGI and stuff like that. Like, it's just, we live in wild times, man. Like, I know that there have been other like, but I feel like the only things that like might have really like compared to this would be like the people that lived through the printing press and shit like that. Like when you used to have a book hand printed, right? Like where everybody is learning literacy. Like it was like a whole new world. Like it just. But this is just like, this has just been tech after tech after tech. Like there's been so much that's come out, and there's been wild changes with quite a few of them.
Absolutely.
And
like
it's just really weird to think back and be like, wow, I literally was attached to a wire to make a phone call for years.
Hell, forget the internet. Like rip to
dial up.
The call lines. You remember call lines? For fuck's sake.
Like party lines and shit?
Yeah, like call 1-800
and like the sex lines.
NSYNC.
Infomercials, period.
Yeah,
do they still have infomercials?
QVC is still alive and well somehow.
Is it?
Maybe not alive and well, but is still alive. And all the other versions of it. And yeah, actually, if you watch, say, History Channel after 2 o'clock, they won't show any more history, but what they will show is sort of like these weird Scandinavian mattress ads that are badly dubbed in these very sort of plasticky looking rooms, and these two like bland looking motherfuckers will sit down and go like, hello and welcome to the Expendo Hour. Over the next hour, we're going to discover the joys of the Expendo mattress. And it goes through all.
Billy gets it. Like we dealt with that. Like even when we had the push button, the touch tone phones, like touch tone able phones, we still had that rotary stuff because my folks were too cheap to pay for the touch tone service, so we had to like press the button and wait for the pulses.
Yep.
It's so annoying.
I used a rotary phone until one day.
The rotary phones. See, you have a heads up then, like when it comes to the Jackbox game, one of the elimination rounds for the murder trivia was using an old like rotary phone. And it didn't occur to me until after that when most people failed it, and I just whizzed through like, people have never used a rotary phone before.
How many people right now use their phones as phones?
That's all I like to use it for. I won't put apps on my phone. Except for Fishdom. I like Fishdom.
A lot of apps came with the phone.
Fuck, he poked hard and he
True.
would mutter, "That noise makes me a monster."
Some of them that won't let you delete too.
Yeah.
What the fuck? At the time I thought it was a little weird, but whatever.
I don't care.
Maybe he's just
Fuck
a little
off.
into weird anime. I wasn't deterred by his anime club friend group. They were all nice people, though they were to a T the textbook anime club. I wasn't deterred by the Naruto run that he would do around our high school campus. I wasn't deterred by the fact that prior to dating me, he had been interested in dating an 8th grader.
Here's another crazy thing. They did the Naruto run outside of Area 51. Remember? When everyone gathered outside of Area 51 and nothing happened.
I wasn't even perturbed
they lost.
by the
I'm
literal
sorry, I'm hung up
neckbeard
on the
they
8th grader thing.
I really should have known that something was off, though, on our first official date. We went to see Ex Machina, which I thought was an incredible film. If you haven't seen it, without spoiling it, the movie ends with the unlucky main character in a bit of a dire situation due to the actions of a female character. W did not like this and let me know by sobbing on our way home from the movie because, and I quote, "Nice guys always finish last." If you've seen the movie, you know what an absolutely fucked up take that is. I comforted him, though, feeling like I was in a bit over my head, but I let it go.
Stop capitulating to
wow,
this bullshit,
this is a
ladies.
really advanced case of a nice guy.
Oh,
Imagine
a lot of the
crying
early
about nice guys
episodes of Walter, when like it's the woman on Reddit telling her story, has this bad take of, I just put up with it. One of the guys literally in the story died because he was like he tried to kill her and was gunned down by the police. Like, this shit is like insane.
What
but
the
here's
fuck? No,
here's the
are
thing,
people
though.
that afraid of confrontation that they just
Women are
don't know
when
how
they're
to
young
boundary
because they've
and
been
know it all?
trained to fight confrontation with
True.
mild pleasantries.
Well, we're kind of outgunned when it comes to size, and like if somebody decides to get physical in that situation,
fucked upery of our society, and hell, let's be honest,
that's
here,
different than like
geography.
continually showing up at some dude's house to put up with some bullshit like that.
Yeah, it's also the idea that, you know, this let's be honest here, this fucking libtard idea that, you know, oh, we can all get along if we just keep trying at it. You know, if we just keep pushing, then one day everyone can sit together and hold hands and kumbaya.
Keep trying, as in like make that your way of life, but you don't have to keep trying on the same asshole that won't get it.
Cobes is a good example. How many people have tried before they figured out he is not worth it and walked away? They were smart that they walked away. They were stupid for trying as hard as they did for as long as they did when he caused them that much pain. And you know what? You were starting to worry me along those lines.
Oh, I would never have let him hurt me. That there's a difference. Like I know what I'm willing to put in and what it's worth to me, and I don't.
And you can see how he would have hurt you.
Right. And I wouldn't do something that would
enter.
That like I try to not put that much feeling into something that has not shown me justification for doing that. Because when I end up putting a lot of heart into something and then find out, like, it's one thing if things don't turn out the way you'd hoped. But I'm a bitter ass bitch when I feel lied to and manipulated, and I put my feelings in there. You know what I mean? Like, I don't do well with that, so I have to have like an understanding of where my lines are in general so that I can do things like that. Like, I could help him, and like I know he would have tried to see. It's one thing, you can't take offense when someone like that tries to bite your hand. They're going to. it's like raising kids. You just laugh and you're like, oh, that's sweet.
I see it as a giant red
and you put
flag
Stitch
that
back in the
just-
cage.
You just walk away. Like, you don't need to. If they're going to lose it that early on, it's a giant red flag that you have nothing.
Well, that's part of the learning process, is that they have to learn
They're
that
all
they're
really young
They're
in
not
these
going to get
stories.
attention, and they're
That's
not going
a
to get
major
reinforced
issue.
if they act out. You know what I mean?
They're
Like,
all
that's part of
late-
having boundaries.
They're all late high school or early to mid college. Every once in a while, you'll hear of a story of a guy. The last episode he did, a guy was talking. And by the way, interesting enough, the guy looked like Rev. He wasn't Rev, but he looked like Rev. He was in his 50s. And he was talking about women being bitches and nice guys always finish last, like this fucking child here. This W fella. And it's
Some
the
people
same.
start doing drugs early and never grow up. I don't know.
Finishing last on a first date.
Some
How
of
would you
y'all
ever show
need
your face
Jesus.
in
Some of
front
you
her
really don't need Jesus.
Oh, that went pretty well.
You know,
aside from that one
I'm
minor
down
hiccup.
for it. If it helps that person, I'd
Dear
rather
reader,
them have
I
Jesus
should
Oh,
than
I've
you,
met people
apparently.
who genuinely
From
have
that point
found
on, we fell
religion
into-
and they found peace, and those people will never try to force it down your throat. It is a personal thing that they have come to terms with, and if you ask for their help, they will be there for you, but they also understand they don't have the right to fucking dictate to you, or your story is not their story. They're still grounded in reality. You
Right,
know,
there are some people that do have their own faith, that even they'll just come be your friend, even if that, like,
they
knowing
realize that
you're
you
never going to
being
believe how they
there matters
believe.
more than talking about scripture and like donating to the church. They realize that.
People who have faith and keep it to like the faith for yourself, the stuff like that's all. I'm down for that. Like
I found a lot of
I'm all about it.
a lot of people from like Hispanic and African communities. They're really fucking chill when it comes to their faith. And you know what else? A lot of Kurdish people and a lot of people from
my cousin's Nigerian wife is not chill about it. She straight up
it's-
told my other cousin that she'll pray for her because she is clearly going to hell.
Fuck that bitch then.
Yeah, she's like, and then she just left it after the first time she said that. Then she would just tell my little cousin, "I'll pray for you," and she was just like, "I know what that bitch means. I know what she means every time she says that."
You gotta love that sort of. Oh, I don't hate you, but you are gonna burn in a fiery pit of hell for all eternity because you're a sinning monster.
Right, the
But I don't
deep
hate
sigh followed by,
you.
"I'll pray for you."
Yeah. That's the sort of same logic, by the way, that has those serial killers on their deathbed converting, and then they get away scot-free. Yeah, no. If there is a God, I still have some fucking grievances with the son of a bitch.
A pattern where W would cry at the end of every single
Hypocrisy.
date.
You set the
goodbye kisses
rules,
for me or whispered
motherfucker.
sweet
You don't
nothings.
need
No,
to
W
lie
would
about
sit
it.
in the car
Just
and
have us
cry about everything.
understand from the beginning.
How his friends in elementary school left him, how his current friends weren't loyal enough, how I was going to college and leaving him. It was a mess. But I was in too deep. He professed his love very early on, and I felt, as many young girls do, that he needed me.
God of War.
It only
Jehovah.
got worse as
That's
I
what
left for
think.
college at the end of that summer. I made a group of friends at college, and without fail, W would call me at every friend
W.
gathering and keep me on the phone for at
Should
least an
I
hour.
invade
while he
Iraq?
cried about not having his own friend
No,
group.
W, I keep
Spoiler,
telling
he
you,
did in
don't
fact
invade
have his own
Iraq.
friend group. I would be stuck
Where
on
are
the phone
those weapons of
comforting
mass
him instead of
destruction?
making memories my freshman year of college.
Dick's really angry and he's brought
As
his
he got more
crossbow.
comfortable around me in the relationship, I also began to notice some very
Dick's
disturbing
scary.
things about him.
Dick was
PSA,
very scary.
this is fucking
Dick is
nasty.
dead now. That's
W
a good
left
thing.
an odor around him,
Still
especially in
scary.
areas he had been
Very
sitting in for
scary.
a while.
You know, I
It
think if we
smelled-
unearthed his grave, he wouldn't have decayed at all.
And I'm not exaggerating, like straight shit.
Don't do it, because he's
Like he
probably
had
not in there, and then
pooped
we'll
right
know
there.
we have to be afraid.
Or worse, like somebody cuts themselves on the side of his cabinet and goes into his mouth, and you just see him reform as a younger version of Dick Cheney, and turns out he was a vampire.
This was a mystery to me for a while. Was he not wiping? Did he just have an unfortunate body odor?
Make sure we
What was
seal
going
the
on?
concrete vaults around him.
Well,
with a
my
cane.
friends, what it turned out to be was that
giant runic stones around his corpse. Him and Karl Rove, fuck yeah, like just fucking giant Like
Madeleine Albright. I've got a list. I've got a list of people we need to seal in the concrete vault.
You want Nixon or Reagan to get out of that fucking shit? No, thank you.
W did not shower until he absolutely had to.
You are
And
bound
on top
to
of that,
hell
he
for all
suffered some
eternity.
intense bowel issues due
I
to the
will
fact that
get
he ate
out.
entire
I
bags
will
of
use
candy
a
for meals
dumbass with
frequently.
stupid hair.
During our
That's the
relationship, there would be
trouble.
times where I had to literally beg him to
There's a whole
shower,
bunch of
after
dumbasses
sometimes
with
more than a
stupid
week
hair
or two
anymore.
of him avoiding it. I am a borderline obsessively clean person. This disgusted me, and I
Borderline
still didn't dump
obsessively
him.
clean. That's still
This theme was present all throughout his life, too, as he also once confessed to avoiding brushing his teeth for a year.
Ah!
Yes, his teeth looked the way you would imagine after something like that.
Holmes.
We continued on this way for over a year. I withstood trials and tribulations.
She put up
He
with this
frequently
for a
made references
year?
to his waifu. Joking? I thought so at the time, but nope. He divulged his weird fantasies to me. I'm still grossed out by them. I won't go into detail, but they involve some extreme manipulation of the female form into what would result in death outside of weird hentai. Less fun, he would sexually manipulate me often, begging and pleading for things I didn't want to do. Yikes. But how could I dump him? He was so nice.
I don't know.
What?
How could you? What is the way? You couldn't have, for example, just told him, "Hi, you really fucking put me off. I'm leaving you. You aren't his sex. That you aren't a conquest. You aren't like sold in a fucking meat market somewhere, and you have to go home with him. Like you're not Daenerys Stormborn,
It's this
and he's
disgusting
not
victim
fucking
mentality.
Khal Drogo.
These
Like,
people who feel entitled also have this sick, weird victim mentality where they're just like, oh, something negative. I can leave myself in the situation and then I can talk about my sob story with everybody. It's just, our world is sick. We have a serious sickness. Ugh.
God, you do have to feel for
That's
this
the
author.
only one
if
we
most people
got,
look
too.
back at high school, they might cringe about how they acted. She probably just feels ashamed in retrospect of dating this guy. And he's fucking
This is the
smothering,
world we
too.
live in, where somebody takes
He
this
bound me
picture
with
and
the
puts it on
chains
the
of an
internet.
imagined life for us. He told me we'd get married. He picked out names for our kids. When I confessed I didn't really love one of the names he'd picked out anymore, it had been a while since we'd discussed it, he got upset enough to cry. Towards the end of our relationship, he also started to feel guilt about the sexual things we had.
well, at least he understood that the sexual stuff he did was weird, although getting to the details there, it could have been like spanking to you're now my daughter and also 9 role playing.
Done.
You know,
and
the
told
big
me he
old
was
red
going to our
flag
church
role
leadership about it.
plays.
People I had to go to
Sounded
church
like she
with
was
and
low-key
talk
talking
to.
about that he was into like,
People who
like
I
almost
wanted to
binding and
respect me.
contortion sort of stuff.
I had no say in the discussion.
The Cube. Have you ever seen The Cube?
Yeah, we were talking about that the other day.
Yeah, The Cube is how I've saw the best response to that is, how the fuck do you figure out that this is your fetish? It is so convoluted and strange that it's not the matter that it hurts anyone. It doesn't hurt anyone. Like, make sure that you're breathing, and other than that, no, it doesn't hurt you. The real thing is, how did you come to this conclusion that you wanted to be hermetically sealed in latex and then fused into a giant rubber cube and then moved
Creative,
around
artistic license, who knows?
by
Creative people think of all kinds of things. Just combine
respect
creative
to
with
that,
thinking.
I suppose. That is some. I remember watching some late night cheese on Sky about everybody's craziest fetishes, and one of the girls talking about, she's always had a fantasy of this beautiful blonde woman walking into her room when she's sleeping, and in a black mini dress gets a lemon, and then squeezes it in between her thighs until the juice runs down her leg, and then she's like, drink it. Now I'm old enough, she just wanted to drink piss. That's all she wanted to do. She just had some piss fetish that she didn't fucking deal with. Because that's some long way about it shit, like, because it would also show a woman who was like, oh yeah, they would line up. I had 12 guys at one night piss on my face. And I was like, ew. And then I hear about the lemon woman. And I'm like, that's funny. Years later, I'm like, no, both are equally. It's just like everyone's got their fetishes, and there's a scaling system. One of these days, I will literally do a tiered list of like the fetishes that really like range from spaghetti-o, tell your neighbors, tell your friends, tell the police that this person likes this thing, to that's funny anyway, to that's actually kind of hot, go on. You know, like and everyone's mileage may vary except for the extreme red one. The more interesting stuff will be like the meat of it, the middle part of it. That's what it's kind of like the Pokemon Smash and Pass, you know? Everyone is going to have a different list of it, ranging from 0 to terrifyingly all. Would you fuck Mr. Mime? I would not fuck Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime's probably not clean, at least. He almost certainly has many things inside him.
It made me feel extreme anxiety about being in church. After starting my sophomore year, I'd finally had enough of his shit. I was getting to a point where I would feel physically repulsed when looking at him. I felt really lost. My friends started to understand how bad things really were.
There, Woggy.
I felt I couldn't talk to my parents because they loved him, and I was scared to dump him because we went to church together. When I finally broke it off for good, which didn't happen until friends stepped in, he would call and leave me sobbing voice messages, and if I answered, he would repeat, I love you, trying to force me to say it back.
Truly the
When he
best
finally
type of
seemed to
man.
realize it was over for good, he threatened to go to my parents and tell them I was sleeping around and had dumped him in order to go off the deep end. He also told similar stories to one of my best friends from home, trying to tell her to rein me in. None of these things were happening. I didn't have my first drink till after I was 21, and didn't attend a party or sleep with anyone my whole college career. He
Wow,
also
you kind of
shifted his
ruined your
entire
college
personality after
journey,
we broke
though,
up,
I gotta be honest
think in
with
an
you.
attempt to become more attractive to me after the fact.
You're
He
expected
picked
to go
up
a little
skills
bit
and
wild.
hobbies and fashion tastes that I had mentioned I liked in passing. He wore combat boots. He picked up photography. He tried to learn guitar. I would have encouraged his personal growth if it all hadn't been things that I had explicitly mentioned I liked during a relationship.
Yeah, that's some transparent
Growing yourself is good,
as
but this felt
fuckery.
creepy. Additionally,
Raisin, you still there?
Yep.
Oh, okay, cool. You don't have your camera on. You don't need to, but I can't tell.
No,
when
I've
you
been
actually
dipping
rush
in and
off
out of the
it.
room.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
that's
the
kind of
thing.
the point.
I
I
was
can
kinda
hear the
shunned
whole
in my
time, but I
church
try to
because
run
of how
back
nice
and
of a
back.
guy everyone thought he was. How could you dump him? He's so nice. I felt like a pariah. I wanted to scream, if he's so nice, why don't you date him?
Yeah.
This got better over time, but it still makes me upset. To this day, family members will tell me, I feel bad for W about what happened. He was so nice. It's been 5 fucking years. Yes, W was nice, but he also really hurt me. Please
Well,
tell
then
me
he
he
wasn't
started
nice.
showering before trying to learn
Consequences.
guitar.
She didn't
because
say
that's
anything.
a much
That's
easier
what I'm
thing
saying.
to
Like,
learn
it's
that'll
one
probably
thing
help him more
to
in
do
life.
it, but then to look for sympathy because you didn't speak up at the time. Like,
Yeah.
no, learn your lesson. There are
Absolutely.
consequences. You know what I mean? And if you're not okay with the fact that people are still gonna think he's nice after you broke up, then don't hide it. Like, but I can't stand people who do that. If you value what somebody thinks of somebody enough to protect them that way when you're together, and you decide you're gonna leave them anyway, you have to recognize that other human beings are going to see them as nice.
Yeah.
And they're not gonna see the things that they did to you. And I just don't understand the point of people going online to complain about yeah, that's called life. If you didn't want people to see him as nice when he wasn't, then you should have told them.
Well, it gets into the idea of these. This guy sounds like a very basic but very destructive form of manipulator.
Sure,
Where
I'm
he
not
will go
rooting for
in
him. I'm
and-
just saying, like, she's also got shit to own with, like, if
No,
you're gonna let...
that's not where I'm going. I'm not going with that. I'm saying that like
Sure.
he will go in
Sorry.
and he will. No, it's fine. It's like I wasn't assuming that you were like supporting him for being a cunt. And you're right.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, her job should have been: I see an issue. I am experiencing an issue. I need to say this. He takes it in a really weird fucking way. How do I respond with it? By shutting my mouth and being a good girl. Because other people might not see it the same way as I'm feeling it. Love, Just
So that's your life.
go. Your life matters
Yeah.
more than what other people will say. It will suck if some people will literally buy the bullshit, but two things. Number one, it will come to the surface at some point. And two, more importantly, who the fuck cares? You get to sleep quietly without feeling bugs crawling under your skin.
Like, why does she care if people think dude's nice? Like, why do you need to go correcting them now? Like, and if you're not going to correct them now, like...
Because she probably values what they say a lot, in all fairness. Which is fair, because she probably thinks she loves them. They're probably her friends and family. But
they clearly don't respect her mind if they're telling her, like, oh, you should be with somebody who you've clearly said you don't want to be with.
I don't actually, in this case, I don't actually think it was her entire friends group. But I think it was enough to
I've seen family. My family's done that to me. I've been through that. The same thing. She's like,
sometimes in these stories, it is
they're
entirely...
so nice. It was so good for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, sometimes hell, like, my mom would sometimes still mention my first girlfriend, like, years later, like, oh, she was so nice and all that. I was like, I'm kind of glad. Okay. She's the only girlfriend I've ever had, by the way, who I don't have any access to, and she left hating my guts and blamed me up to 10 years after the fact for things that happened on with her life.
Wow.
And like things I had no idea had happened until like we talked the very last time we ever talked. Here's the thing: I wish her well wherever she is right now. But according to one of our mutual friends, the last time she ever saw her, she put on a tremendous amount of weight and was still blaming me for everything, from failing multiple
That's
jobs.
what I mean about these kind of chicks that write shit like this. That's the same sort of path. Like, she didn't own her part in it, even if you did something wrong at the time.
Oh, I did.
That's what happens. We
100%
human.
did. And I grew as a response. She also hated the fact that both
And
of
she
us
chose to
were...
go the other way with it and have this learned victimhood mentality and get entitled for it.
The best example of that was that we met about maybe 6 months after the breakup, and both of us had been morbidly obese. She only got fatter, apparently, but at the time she stayed roughly about the same weight. I had decided to start losing the weight, and I went in that long process that ended up with me being underweight and passing out in the bathtub. I wasn't there yet, but I was losing tons of weight, and people saying, oh wow, you've lost a bunch of weight. Well, anyone who's ever lost a bunch of weight, hell, it happened a few weeks ago on a Discord with Ben. Ben said, like, you used to be a little heavier, didn't you? And I was like, oh yeah, I've lost a little bit of weight. And he's like, oh, I can see it on your face. That's really nice. I came out of the shop, I ran into her, I asked her how she was doing, and all she said was, oh my god, you've lost so much weight. Oh my god, you've lost so much weight. She just kept saying that over and over again. And at this time, I had no idea what the hell that meant either. So all I could say was, yeah, I just decided to, get out into a really strict diet. I mean, we're both morbidly obese. Morbid. I don't want to die. And she didn't process that. She wanted me to be miserable like she was. And instead, I was doing something positive with my life. And that was so telling that she wasn't taking this well. And the last I've ever heard of her, she still isn't taking it well. But my ma will still claim to this day that she was the nicest one I ever brought home. I remember I used to bring them home all the time, like, not for like, oh, this is the one we're going to marry or whatever. Like, my ma's just really laid back. And
it's who you're dating. And yeah, why not?
We're going to crash here for a few days, and especially after I moved out of the house.
My parents were never that cool.
Oh God, my ma gave one of my exes the morning after, like, her robe, because her clothes were dirty from the night before because it was lashing rain.
Okay, yeah, sure. Later when I was older, but like I think we've talked about it, like I have had a lot of like. By that point, I was dating whoever it was for years, so they knew my parents.
Oh, we've been dating for like a few days, and my ma cooked us breakfast afterwards. yeah.
Damn.
She heard us, and she actually made jokes about it. I heard this last
Oh,
night.
wow.
And stuff like that, and we'd have a little laugh over it, and we don't fucking care. I've talked to my mom about all that shit. I would have talked to my dad too, but I hadn't had any experience when he died. So yeah.
How old were you with all that though?
When my dad died, I was about 18.
No. Oh wow. So wait, you were younger. Wait, how old were you when you were like when your mom was making breakfast for you and your ladies?
Oh,
and you were...
23.
Okay, that's
well, 22,
yeah, well,
23.
It's not like you expect your kid to be a virgin forever, so though today's
She did not want
maybe
me
you
to.
do nowadays.
She told me at one point that she was really glad that even though I'm weird and awkward around people in many respects, that when I can still find happiness, because she told me a story once when she was a psychiatrist. She trained very briefly to be a psychiatric nurse, and she had to go to a school once that had like a lot of like guys in their 20s who were all sleeping together in like big giant dormitories. And at one point, the woman who, like the nurse who was showing her around, opened the door into the room, just without being smart enough to knock. She just immediately opened the room, and these two guys were in the corner just jacking off. And the nurse like screamed at them and like told them to put their pants back on and blah blah blah. Closed the door, apologized to my mom, and Ma just immediately said, "It's really nice that they're actually still able to do that." That's how my mom, like, sex is not an issue in my house. Never has been, never will be.
It'd be
And if I
different,
ever
like,
do have kids, it will not be a taboo subject. And that doesn't mean just sex. I mean relationships will not be a taboo subject, because that is very
Yeah,
important.
I'm not weird with my kids with stuff like that. Like if they ask questions, like it's mostly my oldest. Like my youngest is too young for that, and medium just thinks it's weird that my oldest and I talk like that. But yeah, they're funny, and we don't like. I don't know. Like my son talks to me about his girlfriends. We joke. It's kind of cool because like I was sitting here, he was playing games with one of his friends over the weekend, and it was just strange to hear like another kid react like, "Wait, your parents are there?" And it's like, cool. He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "So you like they get along, like you have cool parents?" And he said, and my boy, I was very proud of myself because he was like, "Yeah." And then he's like, "Oh, that's cool." And I'm like, is that so rare now? Or like people that shitty that like all
It really
these kids
depends
just
on
assume that like
the person and the person, the place, the time. Like for comparison, across the street, my best friend was a very strict, proper, old school Irish conservative family, and there were things that you just didn't talk about, things you didn't do. I went off and did them, he didn't, and like you could tell the difference light and day. He would put like his parents, even like little things like your parents, like the way he put them on a pedestal. My parents were just people, all they were. Never forget, like that's why they are doomed to fuck up. You're an amazing mom, but you fucked up with your kids once or twice. You've made boo-boos,
Oh,
you've
yeah.
made mistakes. Of course you are, because you're a person.
Yeah.
And like especially when it came to your first kid, you had no equivalency, did you? Like you had no idea what the hell you were fumbling
I mean, I
in the
did.
dark.
I had the benefit, like, I will give myself, like, I did have the benefit of waiting until I was, like, 30 to have kids. So I had watched a lot of people's mistakes and gotten to learn from that through, like, helping them. And, like, so, like, that, you only get so much of a taste of it doing it that way. Like, it's a very different animal to have it all the time and be solely
If you have
feeling
a kid
responsible
at like
for what you
17,
produce.
like, oh wow.
Oh my
you've
goodness, what a
just-
nightmare. Like I do have a friend that had her first son when we were
Hell,
still in
she's
high
talked
school,
about
and
this plenty of times. Missy Missy had her kids really fucking young, and she says she loves her kids to bits, but if she had a chance to do it again, she would not have them as young as she did.
Live your life first. Yeah, totally live it. If you're still at a point where you feel like you have more to do, and trust me, no matter how old you are, you will feel like you have more to do, and even if you make the decision like it's worth it at this point, there's always that grass is greener feeling that you're gonna have to deal with at some point. It's called being a grown up.
You know,
right.
How many of us can truly
Pull
say
up your
we are
big
content?
boy and girl panties and recognize that that's just the way we're built. If you didn't want more, you would never ever strive for better.
Right.
Of course, that's it. Like, invite that feeling, hug it, and then go get stuff with it.
Sit
Get
in
it.
your little alcove, your little hovel that you made when it's time to like hang out with your grandkids, and even then you can start a new path in a new direction. Like, quit putting parents on a pedestal. Yes, 100%. Never put your parents on a pedestal ever, because
It's hard not to, though. It's you when you're like you're their example. Like, a lot of times they're heroes.
Absolutely.
One of those life experiences that I think changes people is that moment in time when you realize your parents are just humans too. They don't actually know everything. They're not always going to be able to be there for you. They can't bail you out of everything.
In a one of the schools
Rite of
of
passage.
philosophy is when you realize that your parents are mortal and will die. Obviously,
that's heavy.
That is so heavy, and it's so real, because it's that moment that no one talks about, but everyone has always experienced. Either because you will see that your parents are aging, or that you never knew your one or both of your parents in some rare cases because they're dead. Like, a parent, by the way, doesn't necessarily have to be a parent, literal parent. It could be, for example, somebody who's been looking after you all your life, or someone who's been a part of your life. All those celebrities,
Role models.
All the celebrities who die of old age as of late, and was like, well, we lost another one. I do it at least once or twice a month. Someone I know or I've known of dies, and I'm like, well, we lost another one. We lost another one. No one dies. Yeah, I don't know who these people are. It's 9 times out of 10.
It hurts though, like when you lose people, like
hard.
and realize like I'm in an age where like some of them are my parents' friends or people that I grew up with in that sort of, like you're saying, like a parental sort of like a guiding role.
They're a part of your
and
life.
When you start losing people who huge parts of who you are and the way you've built yourself is based on the admiration of that person, and now they're gone. It's weird. It is weird. So if you actually have a healthy relationship with your parents, a lot of that is going to be on and with them primarily, and that I can only imagine how. I mean, I also haven't lost my parents, but to be completely fair, I've not talked to them for the better part of a year now, so I don't. I have a different relationship.
For my mother, in all fairness, we had a falling out a little while back. Years. And of course, my dad.
They go by fast as you get older.
Yeah, I'm standing on this hill, and but I will say this: like, here's one key factor. I think you more than me, you are that person to someone else, and one day they will show up and be in the background of your funeral. They will not be in the front of it. The obvious choice being us kids, but in the back of it, there'll be an old person who they themselves are wondering about the passage of time, thinking about you and how you impacted them. It could be me. Who knows? I could be living in America. I come out to see.
I try to leave. Like, I write things. Like, I don't write a lot of things, but the things that I do write, like on paper and leave, are for my kids. Like the books that I buy, they're for me. The ones that I keep and don't exchange or anything, those, as much as I enjoy having them there as a reference, I also have in the back of my head it's part of the me that I'm leaving them. You know what I mean? Like, there's certain trinkets, memories, there's things that I have sat with them, and I've shared the stories of like where they've come from and how these things build the story of who their mother is and why I am who I am and why I teach them the values I teach them. I'm a big, strong fan of, like, instead of just teaching my kids lessons, like letting them understand why I feel it's important and what taught me that, and letting them see that I'm human, so that they don't have some weird back of the. It's human nature. Like, of course, like when you've always known about death is real, then yeah, your parents are gonna die one day. But how much do you really let that get internalized? I don't think until you're older, if your parents are still around when you become an adult, that it really sets in that what that actually means and what that's going to feel like that you can't call that person, especially people I've seen that have healthy relationships with their parents, and then those tough times, those people that they're used to being able to go to when there's an emergency or when no one else is there for them is just gone. It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart because
all right, let's
yeah,
let's get back to the video so we can project
sausage
our well, yeah, we're wrapping up anyway. But we might as well finish this off. 25 minutes left. But yeah, might as well. It's getting heavy when it hasn't been that heavy tonight. So yeah.
And that's mostly where our tale ends. Outside of seeing him at church every once in a while, all communication dropped off. He quickly began dating other girls. How do guys like this find women? And to this day, he's in a stable relationship with a girl who seems normal. I really, really hope that he has grown from the person he was. But sometimes I do just want to send her a message and ask if she's okay. I won't ever, don't worry, I just feel a strange kinship to her. If I had one bit of advice to any girls or women out there who might be in similar situations, you don't have to stay. Even if you think they need you, even if you've told them you'll get married,
that when you were
even if
like
you are married, if someone
14.
makes you feel gross when you're around them, end it. Your happiness is worth more than that.
That seems like a really obvious thing.
Wow, that story was a real experience, wasn't it? I'm honestly not sure how this guy was finding relationships. Must explain how I had a girlfriend in high school, am I right? I find it weird how everyone still thought he was nice. It's pretty clear he was abusive if you listen to her story at all.
Yeah.
He's either the biggest crybaby in the world, he's doing it purely for manipulation, or both. Let's just say both. Anyway, it's about all the time I have for you today. Thanks for watching. If you
Alright, so ordinary
these
sausage.
kids need therapy.
Alright. Now let's see.
What?
2 minutes of non-stop. What?
Ugh.
No, I'm gonna save that for Sunday.
Mustard soda.
Mustard soda.
Ugh.
Well, mustard soda spaghetti. That'll be the non-sausage one. So sausage-wise,
You must boil the spaghetti in mustard so that I hate if it's yellow mustard. It's
turkey,
gross.
shrimp, scampi, turkey, tequila. Oh, tequila because alcohol.
Oh my god.
So we'll do the non. Hey, you addressed the detritus that Krendar was bringing
Boiling
out.
spaghetti and mustard was just a pipe dream, but today, I think we have a real shot at it. Did we need 12 of these to pull it off? Probably not, but that's how
I
it
like
is.
how they look like
That
bottles from fucking from Fallout. Like they look like Cobes' mead.
Ugh.
Give it a little taste test. Ah, the sweet nectar of mustard.
Mustard soda. Who asked for this? No, leave it in.
Cruel people. Are you a breaker? Do you break your pasta? I'm against
Only
the breaking.
because whenever I do it, I just picture Shoe on Head immediately having an aneurysm every time I do it.
Oh, is that a thing? Yeah, no, I don't break. Don't break.
Italians,
She's right,
Italian
don't break.
women will do it. Keffels too. So I keep rolling that dice. Eventually, I'll get Mussolini's granddaughter. But until then,
That's the. How do you twirl it? If you break it, you're ruining it.
you just can't. You have to pay very close attention to it. I mean, in all fairness, it depends. Like if I'm in a rush, actually. Otherwise, thinking I let it rest like it's lounging on the side of the bowl, and then I get like
Yeah,
the
it's
spoon,
cute.
and then I kind of pop it in as it gets softer and softer and softer and softer. And eventually takes care of it.
Massage it over a little.
Afterwards, yeah. Otherwise, it'll stick to the end of the pan. Thank you. Now, obviously, you put a little bit of oil in, it tends to not let it stick, but there's no guarantee
Right.
there. So
Yeah, you said some of them you have to rinse and just read your boxes, fellas.
Oh yeah, and you know, you know what? The same with white rice after you've cooked it. Like just just give it a quick blast and sink. It'll get rid of the sediment.
Yeah.
It'll get rid of the yeast.
All right, let's give it a shot.
Wow.
It tastes nothing like mustard in the slightest. It just tastes like sugar spaghetti. I don't know where the mustard taste went, but it's not in here. So flavor-wise, they're like a 2 out of 5. Disappointment-wise, well, that's a 5 out of 5. So I'll stick with my initial reaction. I'm gonna have to give the mustard-flavored soda a 2 out of 5.
Never break. Oh, Waggy is on the warpath now. And Billy Boy Blue. And that's why actually one reason I like getting pastas.
See, they know, never break the noodles. Don't break the noodles. It's wrong.
It isn't just that though. I also I actually just prefer like the fusilli and stuff like that. The different shapes.
Well, hey there, folks, and welcome
It
back.
matters.
I guess. Look what Mrs. Sausage found at the Goodwill. Guy Fieri's food. Cooking it, living it, loving it. If you ask me, she overpaid by $2.99. It would have been a better value finding it in the dumpster. But irregardless, it's the season of turkey. And
Oh my God, he didn't. Not a word.
Say the word.
Irregardless is not a word.
Irregardless, I am your god now.
Oh.
That's a Simpsons reference. I am Taki Tiki.
Designed by Guy Fieri himself.
That's one that chaps my buns.
There we go. Oop. That's what we're going to be making today? Ooh, and only 5 steps. That's a good amount of steps. 6 more is way out of
I
line.
like the picture of the drunk turkey.
Okay, so the first thing that we have to do is prep all this stuff. Oh, gee, none of that stayed on.
So far, we look delicious.
Okay, oh wait, we still gotta do the turkey.
I love, there's a stand-up comedian who defends Guy Fieri by simply pointing out the obvious. He gets so much hate when all he did was a guy who is following his dreams. That's all he's doing, and we hate him for it. I do not get it. I do not get why people hate Guy Fieri as much as they do. He doesn't seem to have justified it.
Who is that?
Guy Fieri.
Googling.
Guy Fieri, the literal guy on the front of it. Flavortown.
Oh, the cook person?
Yeah.
That's a TV person.
Yes, he gets so much hate. Like his restaurant in New York when it was released got like some of the most scathing reviews from like the food critics and shit like that. And people call him like trashy and shitty and he's terrible and the idea of being around him is like physically repulsive. You're like, for God's sake, where is this coming from?
He's from a competition show?
Oh, come on. You didn't know about...
I've never watched him. I recognize the face as a TV cook person, but no, did I not mention that I stopped watching most syndicated television in 2008? Not intentionally,
But
it just
you hung out with
happened.
Drunken Crow, and he's like Guy Fieri's biggest fan.
Oh, well.
Alright.
Cooked turkey breast? What? No wonder why there's only 5 steps. He skipped like half the steps. Doesn't even say how to season it.
His thing is putting so much sauce with everything. It just overwhelms everything.
Are there any other steps that you left out, Guy
It's
Fieri?
drunk,
Like, do I need
stupid
to milk
dude
the
bro
cow for the
food,
cream? Of
and
course it's gonna be only 5
fine.
steps when you don't mention that you gotta cook half the food before you start. I've been at this for about 30 minutes, and we're not even at step 1. Alright, start your timers, because we're ready to finally start. We're still on step 2. Doesn't say a single thing about seasoning any of this stuff, by the way. The only thing that's getting salt is the water. I was too lazy to mince this garlic myself. How isn't 1 and 3 the same step? And step 4 is to pour tequila around the edge of the pan to deglaze it, but it doesn't mention anything about taking the stuff out of the pan first.
I just want to point out that we watched Andy Dick fall into a flower bed earlier. that is just now hitting. This is the power.
And he didn't fake it either. Like that was an actual fall. I thought.
Andy's
I thought
well
he was
past
faking
the
it at
point
first.
of acting or of expressing himself beyond "I want alcohol" and or young boy ass. Like, like he is just a creature now of pure like, just hook it to my veins. You know, like he wants to be put back in the pod. Like, I guess this is the whiskey talking because this is an unusual drunk for me right now. I actually even feel different than my normal drunkenness that comes with beer. Whiskey just hits you different. What?
It's the honey.
The honey. I think the honey is just helping it. It's a spoonful of sugar. It helps the medicine go down, you know?
True.
But like, he was just so... Like, I didn't even find the footage of him, like, when he's staying at, like, Martin's place. He's wearing, like, for example, I think it's a medium t-shirt, and it looks like when you send a adult's t-shirt to a kid in Africa from Goodwill. Like, he's yeah, like his sleeves, there's like a giant amount of space in it. Huge, and he's just there like, he's holding a bottle of vodka, and he's like, okay, where's the... Well, you said that we'd be going and doing stuff, and they're on camera. Obviously, it's a live stream, so... And he'll, like, do anything at a certain point, like oh, you want to take our shirts off and wrestle? Okay, and he just starts wrestling the guy randomly, and the Martin guy is, like... He's got a bit of clout going on. I think he's also thinking that no one else will take Andy at this point, so he wants to protect him. But he's also going to clout off him at the same time. So, yeah, I mean, I guess
So it is kind of a creep. Like that kid you showed was young still, and like I said,
JJ, yeah,
Andy Dick is older than me. That's creepy as fuck.
Yeah, Andy and like Chicken Andy and JJ and oh, Gucci's. He hit on Gucci's a few times, and Goo's like,
was
get
that
it.
girl?
Yeah, that girl. Like, she was a part of the IP2 van too. She was there. This was like the golden age of the IP2 van, aka the worst.
What happened in the golden?
Yeah. Well, gold for piss.
Dump it out in this bowl. You know what kind of bowl that is. And this calls to deglaze with an ounce of tequila, which, you know, I'm no...
I forgot that you can use some hardcore alcohol.
I like that little bottle.
Yep.
Add half a cup of heavy cream. It smells like tequila cooked in heavy cream. Are we ever going to introduce any spices to this? We do need to add the lemon juice and a little bit of cilantro.
I put way more lemon
Add
juice
some
in it.
salt to
All the
it.
other flavors are gonna overwhelm
it's
that
like-
so much.
It's like if Mrs. Sausage wrote this. Can you imagine tossing this fettuccine with all that garbage in the pan? Give it
Never
the
liked
old
fettuccine.
Parmesan
It's
cheese
such a
treatment.
bitch to cook
Okay, so
evenly.
final step is to nest the pasta on a serving plate. Slops on, everybody! And it says to finish it off with some cracked black pepper and lime wedges.
With the fresh
freshly
ones,
cracked
it's easier to
black
cook
pepper
them if
isn't
you get
gonna
them
save
fresh.
this.
Yeah.
You know what would? I don't know, maybe using more than
It
one
depends on the
spice?
wheat as well.
Yeah. My days of decent pasta are gone.
Wheat pasta can go to hell. That's some pauper food right there.
It's too much black pepper. It tastes like someone's uncle was drunk in the kitchen. I rate the recipe a 3 out of 5. But will it taste better in sausage form? Not at the finish line. Don't do me at the, don't do it at the finish line.
No!
That piece of turkey is now floor turkey.
Floor turkey is cat's happy.
It kind of just
It's
looks
raining
like
from
round
the
turkey.
gods.
Wouldn't it be amazing if this turned out well? That's me in the corner. That's me in the spotlight. Losing
Remember,
my
Billy, double negatives are a
sausages.
positive.
Speaking of positives, we were talking about Andy Dick earlier.
3, 2, 1. Let's sausage.
All those needles in it that he's played around with, all
Ugh.
those young pretty boys. Yeah.
Definitely some hep.
that's a whole lot of extra casing. You
I think
know,
my
to do
dad
all
would have
that
gotten
work
along
just
pretty
to
well.
end up with a sausage this big
Yikes.
is kind of disappointing. With
See,
special thanks
though,
to
it
today's
never inherited to
Buffalo
me.
box artist.
He got it pretty late in life, too.
I'm only allowed
Last time he ever tried Sweet Lady H.
We're doing an episode
When he
with
was like
Guy Fieri,
60.
and certainly not this bald.
He died at
Anyway.
64.
Brought to you by Factor 75.
Speaks for itself.
I get it. You come home from a long day of work and don't really.
Oh no, advertisements.
We can. Oh, you capitalist whore! Like, share, and subscribe, and throw some money towards donation. What? Come on. Oh, that'll be my stomach. If I do nothing for the rest of the evening but just eat that pasta in there, that'll be me.
That one was just like the recipe we did for drunken turkey, whatever the heck that was. So I'm gonna have to give that Willet Blow.
Or whatever the hell it was.
Buffalo, also known as a full-sized Fiat.
You know,
If you get it, you get it.
I get it.
Here we go.
But a
Oh, that
burst?
plopped.
Okay,
it
looks
blep.
pretty done to me. The score to beat is 3.
I still love everyone that he does. Actually, Bernie, actually, yeah, looks nice and even. The one I love is like the ones that always catch fire. Those always bring a joy to my heart.
See how we did. Oh, I caught the mic with that one. It
Jesus.
looks mushy. Okay.
Shame, the outside's
Here
actually
we
crunchy.
go. Despite all the odds, despite all the bad recipe instructions, this turned out to be a great sausage. I can taste the turkey, the peppers, the tequila sauce. It's all very good. Turning it into a sausage was a great improvement. I'll subtract 1 point just because it's mushy, but you know it's noodles. We've never had.
What was the one
Returns
you
are
did?
in UK.
Sausage come out not mushy, so
Sorry, what?
you know that was to be expected. But overall, I'm impressed. All right, so you know what? Instead of throwing this directly in the garbage, I think we'll keep this.
Better than soap sausages. Just let people randomly pick a page number. You do better than with weird eggs and shit.
So I'm gonna have to give this sausage here.
Coupe sausage.
4 out of
Air
5.
sausage.
4.
Yeah. Where, which one was... Oh, it was the uni. The sea urchin roe. That turned out to be 5 out of 5.
Yeah, and it looked the way it was supposed to. It was so funny to watch him react to it, though.
Like, what the
Like,
hell
that doesn't look
is
right.
this? Yeah, this is what you get when you're not familiar with a food. Oh, you know what he has to do at some point? Fufu. Do you know what fufu is?
No.
Okay, before we go.
No, I do not.
Fufu.
A fufu mukbang.
First time making fufu. Welcome.
What is it? Okay, pulling up. Like sweet potatoes?
Just watch it. What they do.
Some kind of root plant. Rinsing the roots.
Put it up.
Peeling
Knock
the
off.
roots.
Yeah, put it. Make it.
Nice. Well, nice knife still.
But yeah. Blend it. Mush it.
Okay.
Mush it. Cream it. Spice it.
Okay.
Goop it.
It was very
Goop
sticky.
it. Goop. Keep gooping
Okay.
it. Put it into a bowl. And there you have basic fufu, right? Now here's the thing. The fufu that I'm thinking of is, as you see there, it's like, imagine if bread dough was properly edible and kind of delicious. In a way,
Okay.
it's all bouncy.
I'm so curious. Like, what does it taste
It's
like?
from Africa. It's from Africa, and it is kind of like a very earthy flavor, if I remember right. I've had it once.
We eat a lot of different root vegetables and root things. Like, is it more like a ginger root or a sweet potato? Like, he looked like he pulled out a tree and took the tree's
Yeah,
roots.
Hold on, I'll be able to tell you exactly. Ooh. Oh, food.
Fluff.
Bop, bop.
Pounded.
Fufu. Fufu is a pounded meal found in West Africa cuisine. It is a Tiwi word in the original Ghana word, however, has been expanded to include. But the origin food ingredients boiled cassava, plantains, and koikam yams. Okay, it is also made in
Okay,
different
so it would be
ways.
sweet.
Yeah. Method separately mixing pounding equal portions of boiled cassava with green plantains or koikam, or by mixing cassava plants or with stamping on the stove. Like, depending on where you are, like this stuff is made by like old women for like generations.
Anything root?
Big.
Billy, garlic.
Go on.
You can't, and ginger. What do you mean anything root you'll pass on? A lot of things are root vegetables, root plants. Like,
Well, no,
this could be
too, but-
delicious.
Yeah, it is very odd for us out here in the West, and it's like such a staple food for huge portions of Africa.
Odd because of the consistency or like the flavor?
Yeah, you can have it like raw, but look at this. Look at how much they added the extra stuff in there. That would be glorious. That is like what Cobes thinks his meals are.
A mild to slightly sour taste? That's weird. It has been compared to both sweet potatoes and regular potatoes. Interesting.
Why do you think I like it? Because I'm Irish.
Accompaniment for rich. So you have it with soups like a dumpling?
Yep. You
Do
can
they like dip it in soup?
You can see it in the first picture there. Hold on. Look at that.
Okay, yeah, all right. All right.
And it's a big communal
Oh,
thing.
some of the Dutch oven type meals that they make like that would be so good with a dumpling type thing like that.
Look how this
All
like
right.
Nigerian food being sold in the street in Lagos. Look at that. Like that's you just go and you buy like 2-3 of those motherfuckers. You take them home and you can mix.
Hell yeah.
You put them into a big stew, and then you have a big giant communal bowl, and then everyone just partakes. There they are making it.
What about ginger, Billy?
A fufu machine. That's fucking. It looks like an
What does it
80s
do to it?
printer.
Yeah, it does.
And it's so clean
Stick your butt
too.
on it, lady.
Look at it. It's like you can see the reflection of the back on it. That thing, that is like the pride of the village. You know, they received that in
The
like
fufu
1994, and they've been like idolizing it ever since. And just spending that woman there, like she is the keeper of the great fufu machine. You know. Fufu from Ghana. You see, it's a bit different than the pure white one. Ghana fufu with like soup, goat meat, and smoked fish. Oh, that would be so. Fufu and a light soup in a sanka. It's just like this given in huge percentages of Africa. So I would love if he were to take that and turn it into a sausage. But for the record, you know what it would be like, right? It would be very gummy. It would fuck up his grinder.
Yeah, that wouldn't pass. So you'd have to like put it right into the machine and just fill it the way it is.
I'd 100% love a dough ball of fufu right now. Because I have all that sauce out there. I would just pour it. I'd kind of like merge it all together. I'd wash my hands and use just what nature gave me and just kind of mush it all together. And then wash my hands again because they'd be dirty as hell. And then afterwards, boom, it would be like taking a piece of bread and then flipping it on one side of a pan, pouring a little bit of sauce on it, flipping it on the other. Boom, you're done. Eat that, go to bed, happy, low energy. Fufu. Nice. One day we will have a fufu stream where I will eat fufu, and perhaps my other guests will too. Get ourselves a Nigerian or like a Ghanaian streamer on or something like that. Oh, all right. I think I have hit my wall. I'm gonna go and maybe make that pizza, or no, that'd be a waste. I'll probably leave that till tomorrow. The rest
Yeah,
of the
after watching
pastas
that
out
pizza
there.
challenge, I am definitely eating when we're done here.
Are you gonna get a frozen one? Are you gonna order? What are you gonna do?
Probably just do ramen.
Oh, right. Oh, you
And dream
reminded
about
me.
the
I have
pizza.
4 things of Coca noodles, but why the hell would I have them when the pasta's already cooked? That would be such a waste. Oh, if I want food, I'm gonna have to get off my arse and cook the sauce and do all that. I have alcohol here, though. I have half a bottle of Jack Daniels still, and nothing but time. So I guess I'll pop on one of the audiobooks, or maybe my really obscure history. Ooh, I know what I'm not gonna say to chat. What I'm gonna do. What I'm gonna do. Because that would be some convoluted shit for 90% of you. But Elf would get it if they were here, but they never are. What? They're living their lives. But I've got my evening packed. Tomorrow, nothing. Friday, you guys, it'll be the last quote unquote normal episode of UFO for a while. We don't really have anything planned. We'll just talk about some cool shit. I know what I'm going to talk about. I've been rereading a lot of the Warhammer books and the Raymond E. Feist's Empire series, which I really like. Imagine Game of Thrones meets set in Korea. Oh, and everyone looks like they're Aztec, but their society is Korean. But it's done in the form of a Game of Thrones, like the Song of Ice and Fire. It's all about like political intrigue and shit. It's pretty fucking cool. There's 3 books in the series, so I'll be there for a while, even though a book I've read before. Which you must notice after you've read a book, you can read it a lot quicker than the first time.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, that'll be on Friday. Then probably Saturday, I'll give you guys something over on Twitch, and then on Sunday, Bearded Ramblings, no guest. It'll just be Krendar and myself for 2 hours. Then probably more Twitch, and then I don't know. So yeah. What about you there, Raisin? You want to promote?
Just hanging out, doing my thing. We'll talk more. I need to check in with a certain bot, and yeah, then we'll figure things out and maybe have stuff to chill about and whatever. I'm promoting on Friday, but for now, just taking it easy and looking forward to Friday and hanging out.
Well, if it's all the same to you, if we have to talk, drop me a line tomorrow. It's not much good to you.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Everyone at home, I hope you've had a fantastic evening. I hope you enjoyed the show. It's been a lot of fun. I know my output hasn't been ideal, but simply because assuming everything goes to plan, the shit's gonna be changing pretty soon, and that's where my mind's been going. But I'm still adamant to give you guys some stuff for the remainder of the week, and you won't be. It's not like I'm gonna go dark or anything. I'll still be on Discord, and you can't pull me away from Twitter now. I'm part of the problem, not the solution. But yeah, no, just my own thing. As for tonight, though, I have a lot of audio to listen to, and probably a lot of cheese. I've got to take this block of cheese now, slice it up. I do like big slices of it, like it's an industrial slicer, and then I cut up into cubes. I take those cubes, and then I put those cubes under a heat in a bowl with another sauce, and then I start stirring, then it starts melting, and it's nice, and it's nice and even, but it takes a while. So I might even just not eat.
Is this what led to the weird like reaction to women cutting cheese?
Oh, that
Is
was
the fact that you
long.
might get that like, you know, that perfectly cut cheese, but not have to do it for yourself?
Well, here's the thing: every man wants should know how to cut a cheese perfectly, but should strive for the day when a woman will do it for him.
Fair enough.
Yep, and at that point,
I approve of these goals.
that is what the ancients called love, and I call really nice on crackers. Oh, and I suppose boob, but don't put the cheese on the, because I don't approve of food. Anyway, you all have yourselves a very cheesy time. Just keep it away from the crotch. Yeah, like I'll see you guys. If not tomorrow, then Friday. So bye.
All right. Bye.